Hey y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's April 1st, too. Happy April. Let's see. Miss Simone should be on here in a second. Let's see. Y'all hear Winter in the background causing all kind of trouble. There she go.
Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties today. I'm like, devil, you must flee. You're not gonna stop this.
Man, exactly. The devil always working.
Okay. Because this stuff is so good.
I know. It's crazy. How you doing today?
I'm okay. I'm usually smiley today. I'm a little tired. I'm like, dang it, it's Wednesday. I can't be tired yet. I still gotta keep going. But your girl is tired, but
You been up working, you tired?
yeah.
I feel you though.
Feel it in your back a little. I'm like, dang.
Oh no, I got a nice cushy chair. I don't feel it in my back no more.
Okay. That's what I need. Because today I was about to sit on this hard wall, but I have a little pillow. So hopefully.
Yeah, no, the chair is essential. Shout out to Miss Emma Bean. Cause she,
Get me a
yeah, she went to the storage for me and grabbed one of the chairs because I was like, nah, this ain't about to work.
Exactly. I need to preaching about self-care. I need to invest in a chair.
Exactly.
So my back isn't hurting. How are you feeling, Miss Jody?
Man, I'm good. I'm blessed. I can't complain at all.
Yeah. No, this is good. That's why I keep every day. Well, there's not a day that goes by that I don't say the word corona. So that's kind of irritating. But the more I talk about it with people, the more I'm like, I am so blessed.
I know.
I don't have corona. Thank you, Jesus. Well, nothing I know. And my family does. I'm still able to connect with you guys and other family members despite all that's going on. I have a place to stay. Food, I'm like, yeah.
Exactly.
The lip.
Man, that's the most important. That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
I was a little I was a little irritated though.
Why?
Cause y'all, the scammers is out here.
The scam.
The scammers, y'all.
Please elaborate.
And so so some of our youth, right, are finding themselves in this headspace where, they looking for something to do, right? Looking for something. And that's easy prey for scammers. So scammers are coming to them, oh, you can make money doing this, you can make money doing that. But before I show you how to make the money, give me a couple $100.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
No, heartbeat. No, don't fall for don't fall for the scam. If it sounds too good to be true, it's probably because it is. Ask all the questions. If people get defensive about you asking questions, they're a scammer. Um, stop.
Exactly.
That makes me so sad.
I
Dang it.
know. I know. Like that just made me a little irritated because I was just like, come on, man.
But see, that's what people try to do. They want to kick you while you're down. They know this is a vulnerable time, and so
Everybody.
yeah. Now
Mhm.
more than ever, you have to stay connected. Send us whatever they're trying to so we can review it, double check it. I still do that. I'm like, Mom, do you think this is real?
Yeah, right.
Delete, like don't.
But how people be getting got too sometimes. Like people underestimate the power of trust. Like, and I say this all the time, like trust will get you in places that like your talent, potential, all that don't even know about. When
Yeah.
somebody trusts you, then that's the opportunity right there. So if somebody that you trust or that you admire is, feeding you the scam, then you more likely to fall for it. But what you got to ask yourself is, if I didn't know this person, if I didn't trust this person, and this was still the same opportunity, would I take it?
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, the answer be no. You only taking it even though it sounds a little sketchy because it's from somebody that you trust.
Yeah.
Because trust is strong, trust is powerful.
Yeah. And then it's really all I mean, you don't know. So you build that relationship, you feel like you can trust the person, everything, all the common sense, is out the window.
Out the window.
So are we reporting people? Let me call somebody. Shut it down and get our baby's money back. Who even has $100 to be giving away?
Hey yo! Hey yo!
We have businesses to start, communities to have, things to get.
Yeah, it's crazy, Miss Simone. It's crazy.
Add that to my prayer list tonight.
Yeah, add that to your prayer list, Miss Simone.
Wild out here. And if you want to send me the link, I will report to people. It's nothing. Call Agent Dabney. That conversation.
Call Agent Dabney. I
Oh, that conversation was so good, Miss Joni.
Wasn't it?
I loved every bit of it.
Wasn't it? Very inspiring. So good. I loved it.
And one of my favorite points that I took away was how she was like, you got to have competence to build confidence. I was like, yes,
oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Like,
Yeah.
that's how you really build your craft. Because it's true. Like, you got to be able to walk in all and who that you are, but you also have to back it up too. So if you can focus on like perfecting your craft, learning more knowledge, then you can walk with your head held high. And sometimes you
Yeah.
can walk with your head held high even when you don't know. But whatever you can do to kind of like set yourself up to feel confident and know,
Mm-hmm.
that is key.
Absolutely. One of my favorite parts was when she was talking about how they were trying to get her to work in like special units, like with people who are rapists and child abusers and stuff like that. And she said, no, I can't work in there because I know I'm not going to be fair to them type of people. Like,
Exactly.
I'd rather be with the murderers and just regular burglars and stuff like that. And I just thought that that was an interesting perspective because I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And that's why some people I don't mess with. Like, I just don't deal with at all. Like, calling my phone right now. Like, I'm not about to answer because you know where to find me. I can't really deal with those type of people. It's not gonna be a fair fight. Like, it's not gonna be a fair fight because you're not at least doing what you can do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, Michelle, you're feeding right into today's topic. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
But also, I think I gotta to link it all together because then I got a chance to catch Miss Mo's session, like a little bit of it. I'd be so sad because she be dropping jewels on her sessions too, and they always want to call me during 12 o'clock.
I know. It's okay. But the cool thing is they'll be on YouTube. You can rewind it.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you can watch it when you get a chance. That's what's up.
Exactly. I love just how aligned we are. And it just reminds me how intentional this whole success session platform is because we really want to pour in to you things that we've learned. And like I'll hear Miss Mo say stuff and I'm like, I was gonna talk about that too. And we've been collaborating, really trying to like make sure y'all get all the concepts, deeper dives. So yesterday when she was talking about healthy competition versus, not healthy competition and really just staying in your lane, like you are your only competition. I'm like, Miss Mo, this is perfect because
Yeah.
about overcoming favoritism because I keep hearing this word popping up and I'm like, y'all, what is this favoritism stuff?
I know.
Well, come on, let's talk about it.
I know.
So Miss Domi, how to overcome favoritism and stay in your own lane. Okay. So everyone please engage. Let's have have a real conversation now, because what blew my mind when I was looking stuff up for today, because you know I do my research. Okay, I have some links for y'all to
Yeah.
screen, and we're gonna go through some of the stuff. But I was looking at, because you know I'm like, all right, let me feel competent, so I can feel confident talking to you guys. So I was searching favoritism, and you know what kept coming up? Favoritism in the workplace and how to overcome
Mm,
favoritism with your boss. And I was like, wow, like this is a never, like adults are struggling with this, like literally every single week. How to overcome with your boss in the workplace with employees. So I'm like, okay, if we can get this now, hopefully y'all will have your own businesses and you won't even need to really deal with it. But still, in so many areas of life, I feel like you can interchange it, whether it be a boss, a teacher,
yeah.
just this idea of favoritism. We need to understand what you think that is, and then how we can overcome it and continue to pour into ourselves. Because, like Miss Mo said yesterday, like you have to. There's really no you are your biggest competition. How can you stay focused on you? And if you do feel like there's favoritism coming on, what are the tools where you can address it, talk about it, do the things that you need to do to be in a place where you are seen, and like, you know, why do you feel like you need to be all this stuff? We're going to talk about it today. And
Yeah.
I want you
Yo,
to tap in.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. And like, even for people who are going to have their own businesses, you still got to worry about that.
That's
Because
true.
I got to worry about that. People be accusing me of having favorites all the time. And you know what? Maybe I do. My favorite is whoever doing the work. So that person could be different Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whoever doing the work. That's my favorite.
And the thing is, I want our heartbeats to know there's different, right? Okay, so favorites, everyone is so busy in their own world, right? If we're really doing what we're supposed to do, staying in our own lane, focused, we are all focused on things that are going to benefit us. And so if people want to be a part of that vision, they need, if you need to do some self-reflection, see, does this align? Why do I even care about being this person's favorite?
Yes.
Does it align with my personal vision? And then what can I do to stay ahead of the game? Because I know this person has a lot of stuff going on. I have a lot of stuff going on. So am I adding value to this person to make them think like, oh yes, let me reach back out to them. Let me send them this email. Let me do this when they have a million other things going on. Or am I just becoming a distraction? Am I in my own feelings? Am I not even working on myself so that I can be in the same position um, that I might feel like someone else has, that I don't
Exactly.
have? And now you're wasting time and energy focusing on the other person, still being a favorite. You're not where you want to be when you can be focusing on yourself. So
Exactly.
let's get into it.
Man, I love it. You want let me read you more comments first though.
Yeah, come on.
Because he was blowing you up a little bit. He
Oh,
said, he said, are we meeting today, Miss Simone?
yes, we are. We are gonna meet today at 2 o'clock.
Okay. And then he said, Miss Joni, I don't think, hold up, my bad. He said, Miss Joni, I don't think I want to do the committee with John Hopkins anymore. It's too much schedule. It's too much. My schedule is full, and I don't think I want to be a part. I'd rather do success sessions. They don't listen to our voice anyway. I can't do it no more. I got a lot on my chest right now, and this Corona stuff. Mm. You gonna talk to him, Miss Simone?
Yeah, let's talk. We might. I'm like, send him the link, because if I need to hear what is going on, can we spend 15 minutes talking about at the end? Because it sounds like there's two big parts. You feel like your time isn't being valued, your voice isn't being heard, which is key. So you really got to break that down. Like, why do you feel that way? Have you tried to reach out to change it? To speak up first before you just, I always try to recommend talking, working through things, because if you don't work through it here, it might show up somewhere else. Really,
Yeah,
really lay out your schedule and see, like, what time commitments and other things that you have going on, and then go from there and really see, is this something that I want to continue to commit to? What are the pros and cons? If I stay, this is what I'll gain. If I leave, this is what I'll gain as well. What are the pros and cons? How does it align with what your future goals are and that you have for yourself? And then that's how you move forward.
yeah, absolutely. And the only additional thing I would add on top is don't get in the habit of quitting something. If you make a commitment to something, Be committed. And that's why I be so heavy on motivation versus discipline. Because yeah, you were motivated at first because it was a great opportunity. Now you're saying that it ain't so great, but that don't mean that you just quit. Don't get in the habit of just quitting things just because it's hard. It's supposed to be hard. Of course your schedule is going to be full. It's a lot going on. And right now you got to continue to take advantage of a situation that's really kind of like a once in a lifetime where you get to actually step up and do more where most people were doing less. So I would definitely reevaluate that whole situation and see how you can make it work and not just give yourself an excuse like everybody else. Oh, Rona, oh this, oh that. Nah, man. Don't use that as no excuse. Still make a way to be successful.
Push through. And we'll talk about it at 2 o'clock.
That sounds good. Thank you, Miss Simone.
No problem. And thank you for speaking up and sharing before you just quit, because that's never, you need to bounce ideas off of
For
people.
sure.
That is key. All right. So this is a site, 12 different strategies for dealing with a boss who plays favorites. I'm telling you guys, this was all over the place. I'm like, wow, people still care about favorites being an adult in the workplace. I'm like, focus on yourself.
How? How?
So this is what you're gonna get. Y'all are gonna get this now. Ask the
Yes.
let's break this down so we can break this cycle and this norm and idea of favoritism. So it says the first thing you should do if you feel like someone is playing favorites, do not behave normally. This is not something new or favoritism has been happening from the beginning of time. And I hate to say it so now because this is not fair. First, I want y'all to know it's not fair, but I also want you guys to know that life isn't fair. And if you get that in your heart now and know that, okay, life isn't fair, but what am I going to do to overcome it, move forward, even beyond the barriers and unfairness that is presented to me? How am I going to overcome that? You will be in such a better place because you will have seen this before. You'll know how to navigate. You won't panic, freak out, shut down, and you'll still be the best you despite it. Because I was looking at favoritism and different synonyms for it was like discrimination, like sometimes we know that there's favoritism by the color of your skin, by your sexual orientation status, by who your father knows or who your mother, who your family, like legacy kind of, there's favoritism everywhere. And just thinking, myself as a Black woman, we've had to overcome so much, but even despite people trying to use different like favoritism to get them to higher levels, I've seen it over where people have been able to overcome and still be their best selves. And like the example right now that comes to mind is like Barack Obama. You know how many barriers and different kinds of things were in his way, favoritism that was not in his favor, and he was still able to become the president. And I'm not saying it's right and I hate it's not okay, but he did what he needed to do. He didn't use that as an excuse. He pushed through, he navigated, he got to the top. And now cousin Barack, President Obama, will always be made in history, a living legacy. Okay? So it says the first thing is just behave normally. The worst thing to do is react in a way that puts you on an even worse side. So having a temper tantrum, going crazy, like you already feel this way. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But if you like take what you feel and you allow your emotions to control you, you're putting yourself even more on a side that's not productive, but a side that's negative. One of my favorites. Improve yourself. Okay. It says the best thing you can do with any boss, and you can use anything boss, teacher, mentor, somebody, whoever, is to clarify what he or she expects. So manage your expectations and then do your best to deliver regularly, consistently on the things that they expect. It doesn't take much. Like, y'all, you don't have to keep things inside. Ask people what do they expect from you. Focus on, okay, am I doing what they expect from me? And whenever you do that, it just helps you to grow. It's not for people to be trying to tell you what you're not and not doing. You can sit back always with yourself. And again, remember, is this aligned with my goals, my values, my mission for my personal success? If it does, let me take what they have to say and see what I can do to regularly plan in my schedule how I'm going to work on these things so I can meet their expectations. Okay. The third thing is self promote. It says, understand the unique role you play on the team. Again, key, don't try to be somebody else. Don't try to be the person that you think is that favorite. Understand the unique, we all have something that we bring to the table that's valuable. Your gifts are valuable. Don't look at someone else's gift and try to, because that's where you get off your own lane. Focus on what you sub, the role you play, and then go the extra mile on that gift. Okay, because when you do that, not only are you benefiting yourself, now you're in the forefront of probably where you wanted to be. And then it says advocate for yourself. You can request a meeting and come to the meeting with new ideas, demonstrate respect and appreciation for the people that are listening to your ideas and taking your meetings. And it says, don't allow yourself to be distracted by feelings of neglect, because that will only hold you back. Okay. So let's say you're trying your best, you request a meeting, make sure you have something good that you're adding to the table. Remember, like, bring your unique role to the meeting. Don't be afraid to speak up and tell your new ideas. And let's say you're met with that and people still aren't appreciating you. Like, that's probably, you got to start thinking, okay, how many times have I tried to promote myself, really focus on myself, and it's not working? Let me not get emotional in the moment. Let me take a step back, rethink this, bounce some ideas off a mentor. And again, just like, don't get distracted by all the emotions of what other people are doing and what people aren't seeing in you, because that will only hold you back. Okay, 4, take control. It says, make your ambitions known to people using clear, straightforward communication. So I like that. My intention is to receive a promotion this year. Miss Simone, Miss Joni, Miss Mo, any of the Harvey, my intention is to lead a program this year. Don't wait for us to ask for a request. Promote yourself, take control. If you feel like you aren't performing enough and you feel like other people are, this tell us what are your intentions for the year, because then when you say it out loud and you tell people, you start having to be accountable, and now you can't blame it. They're not offering me opportunities, they're not doing that. You say what you want, follow up, like we said at the beginning, self promote yourself, set up a meeting, come to the table with the action plan for what projects. Please keep me in mind for a project because I already have this idea. Don't allow people to tell you what you can and cannot do. Take control of a situation as best you can. Bounce ideas off of people, and don't let emotions overtake you. Okay, emulate your boss. So if I was like, what in the world is emulate? Please don't do anything crazy. But once I read this, it's pretty much like being proactive. And Miss Joni, you touched on that this morning in your jewels. Be proactive. Don't wait for someone to tell you, okay, I need you to do this, this, and this. Hey, I already did this, 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 and this. What else can I do? What? When someone has come to the table, I have done this, 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 what else I can do? It shows me you're hungry, you're serious, you're motivated. And again, you're taking control of the situation. You're not loading and waiting for someone to tell you what to do to put you in that favorite spot that you think needs to be favorite, which is a whole nother, we can talk about that after. But you are taking control in the wheel and you're allowing people to notice you. You're not waiting for people to call you their favorite. You're setting yourself up to just be the best you can be. And I feel like the rest will fall into play. Okay. Again, toss aside emotion. When someone plays favorite, it is real. I'm not going to sit up here and act like it's not real because like they said, it usually strikes an emotional chord with us. But emotions cloud your vision. So it says, take your emotional blinders off and strategically evaluate the favorite that you see. And if he or she is doing exceptionally well, you too can do exceptionally well. Okay. No one said a boss can have more than one favorite. Okay. So there's room for plenty. And like, this is kind of where you have to, if you have already committed to being a part of an organization, working for someone, being, their mentor, that means you see value in them, right? And you should probably, you would hope that they're not playing favorites, but if they are, it's because maybe somebody is doing good things. What are you doing so that you can be doing good things? And there's probably room for more. There's room for everyone to have a seat at the table. And then if there's not, maybe you can remove yourself from that relationship and bring your talent, but at least don't be getting all emotional and doing that before you've done some of the other steps that we've gone through, to really evaluate how you can be where you want to be. So just again, and like we kind of talked about this with the self-care, what tools do you have to really express your emotions in a healthy way, positive way, so you can reflect, talk to people, get it outside of your head? Because I know sometimes it hurts your feelings, it can be a lot, but like just really try to figure out why that's happening and then plan accordingly. Okay. And then build a relationship. I really like this one. It says continue to do excellent, high quality work and build the relationship. I know sometimes this can be scary because, like, as you're moving up and you have like people who are maybe your boss, your teacher, your mentor, you feel like they're just so higher up, but they are people too. They are human beings. They put on the same pants like you. They hopefully brush their teeth, all this stuff. Human. And everyone has emotions and feelings and lives. So it's like more than just what can you do for, but try to build relationships with people because that can help you see a bigger, clearer picture, of like who they are and, the role that they play in your life and the role you play in their life, and just make it genuine and meaningful. And I think that helps to break down some of these kind of assumptions that we'll make in our head, like they're doing this because of this and this and this and this. And it's like, no, just build a genuine relationship as you go, as you're working towards your goals. And then, that will help you to see that, okay, yeah, maybe they didn't give me approval. Maybe they weren't highlighting me this day, but I know that's not their intention. Maybe another day it'll come from this place, but just at the core, I know who they are as a person. I know that's not their intention. And then you won't really be seeking validation from others because you'll be pouring into yourself. You'll have build relationships with so many other people that you won't need it from this one source. All that stuff. Just build it. Everyone's human. Okay, key. Finding a mentor. Okay. We keep saying this over, and it's so good to find. You need a mentor in all different phases of life. You should be a forever learning, growing person. And like, you say this a lot, Miss Joni, the best teacher is like life and real life experience. So try to find someone who's older than you, but also someone who's in a position where you want to be. Like it's age because life experience, they've lived a little bit of life, but they've also have accomplished some of the things that you hope to accomplish. And so that's the key to finding a mentor, okay? A little bit of both, because they can tell you how they've navigated stuff, different tips and tricks. Maybe they can be a listening ear for you, to just try to figure out some of the things that you're thinking in your head and how to move forward. And then one thing I learned that I've been telling people too, always be passing this information along to someone else. So you have a mentor and you have a mentee so that we can keep the chain going. And then take the high road. I really, really, really like this because it's probably one of the hardest things to do in multiple situations, whether it's favoritism, just with your friends, any conflicts that you have, bad mouthing people, talking about them, gossiping. It's not going to help you at all. It like feels good in the moment. Yeah, maybe because you're just venting and all this stuff. But then that just kind of speaks more to like, if you keep talking about it, talking about people, it gets around, it really speaks more to who you are as a person than they are, like now it seems like you're fixated, you just want to bash people. And honestly, the world is small. People know like you just don't know. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where people take little bits and clips and they're running around and telling this person and telling, because that's just not productive. It's not going to help you. Yes, you need to vent and let out your feelings, but stirring the pot more and more is definitely not going to get you to where you want to be. Talking bad about someone is not going to do anything to them besides maybe hurt their feelings and start drama, but it's still not going to get you to be where you want to be, which is obviously, in a top spot, being able to be like productive, making change in your community, taking control of your professional life, things like that. Okay, maintaining a neutral attitude. This kind of goes again with the don't let your emotions take control of you, be consistent, just try to stay level headed, focus on yourself. Then it says, do your research. this is kind of really specific more to like the workplace, because it says like you can take, the issue to your boss and HR, which is human resources, and human resources does a lot of the, kind of managing the work and organizational culture. But again, just kind of like, just if you're in any situation where you feel like you're not where you want to be, someone is not being fair to you, like just talk it over with someone, kind of get out of your own head, really do your research, see like, what am I doing that I could be doing better? What is this person doing that's making me feel like they're playing favorites? And then really, again, work on yourself and try to leave the conversation with some actionable items that you could do to follow up, so you're not just, again, sitting in your emotions and just so fixated on this favoritism thing that you're not really unpacking, um, some things that you could be doing, why you feel like this person is doing it, and how you can get ahead and really remove yourself from the situation that's weighing on you. And then it says, ask for a favor. So it says that somebody will probably be more likely to see you in a positive light if you can pretty much like return on your word. So if someone asks you to do something and you're not following up for it, like this is continuing, kind of like what you said, Miss Joni, like not building that trust. So these are just showing up. If someone asks you to show up for them, ask you to do a favor, and you can just do good on that and like return it, that will start boosting and building the relationship that you're building with them. It justifies in their head that you are doing good. And sometimes it's easier said than done to not seek approval from people, especially if it's someone that you look up to that you want to do good for. So if someone does ask you to do something, pretty much just do it and do it well, because that'll give you the little boost that you need to know that, like, okay, I'm getting back on track. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And, you know, just achieving my goals. So, any takeaways, anything y'all want to talk about on that, Miss Joni? Any extra comments?
Absolutely, man. Look, definitely make sure that y'all put your questions and your comments and stuff in the comment box. But that one that you had, Miss Simone, about your emotions, tossing your emotions away,
Yeah.
like out of all of them, I think that one is the most powerful, because like when you think about, like how you get yourself in situations that you can't necessarily get yourself out of, or how you damage relationships with other people, or how you lose opportunities, 9 times out of 10, especially with young people, it starts all because you fail to control your emotions. And I always say, he who controls your emotions controls you. And instead of our young people keeping control of their emotions, they allow situations to control them emotionally. Other people who don't even have good intentions for you to control your emotions. And then even like with what you're talking about, more so like in the professional, in the workplace and stuff like that, you're so busy taking everything personal, getting
Yeah.
your emotions all involved in it, that you working yourself out of a job in the bad way.
Like, actually.
Yeah, like not in a good way where you getting promoted or moving up or growing, but you working yourself out of a job in a bad way, because then now you're allowing outside entities to control your emotions, and you can't.
Really
Like,
can't.
that hurts you. It hurts you, and people don't get it till after the fact.
Oh, yeah. So, like you said, you're out of a job, you're still talking, bashing about people, saying what wasn't fair and what wasn't this, and they have a job and they're fine and they're not thinking about you. And that's what I don't want. I'm like, y'all are too valuable, too talented, have too much to offer the world to be fixated and letting, like Miss Jane said, your emotions control you and get you all wrapped up, because it is a self-fulfilling, like what you focus on will grow. And it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So like you're so worried about what other people are doing, how you're not getting this attention. Like you are literally putting that back into the atmosphere. And now you're not, that time you could have been focusing on yourself, you're focusing on someone else. And then you're getting the results of what you focused on.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I don't care what job you work in. You don't have to have a job mentality. Like you can still have an entrepreneur mentality. You can still have a leader mentality, regardless of what job you work in or what position you in. But you can always tell the people that got a minimum wage attitude because they running around taking things personal, allowing themselves to get caught up in the minutia of the work. They not really doing anything meaningful. They low level. And not because they have to be, but because for whatever reason they want to be and they comfortable right there and they don't want to challenge themselves to grow and to do more. Like, not my kind of people at all.
See, I don't. It's not it. It's not it. So, what do y'all think? Any comments? Any questions? Any? Because I hear this word a lot, and I want to make sure we're really addressing and like why is it even important? Where is this favorite thing coming from? Because I'm like, God, the world is so much bigger. It's so much bigger.
It is.
Somebody's favorite. And I know all throughout school, you're kind of rewarded based off of tangible things like you get an A or you get an award. But as you grow up and you get into this adult world, those things happen less and less and it's few and far apart. So I want you guys to break out of this mindset that you need approval from others. You need, but it does feel good, I'm not gonna lie, it does. Like you want a pat on the back. And sometimes I wish that in the real world and as you grow up, you get it more. But even if you don't, you gotta persist and you gotta pat yourself on the back. And that's why you make those goals and those vision boards for yourself so that even when no one else sees it, you can look back at your vision board, the goals you wrote for yourself, and you can pat yourself on the back. And then 9 times out of 10, it's self-fulfilling prophecy. Like I said, in the positive direction, the more you're focusing on yourself and what you can do to be better, and you're reaching out to mentors and you're taking control of your emotions and you're not bashing people and spending time talking about what they're doing and all this stuff, you will be more focused on yourself. And the result will be that you're doing better. And then you will get the approval and the praise that you want. By that time, you won't even need it.
Exactly. And Miss Simone, it's also the who too, because some of y'all seeking approval from people that really shouldn't even matter. Like for real. Now, if you look at somebody and you're inspired by that person is doing good work, either in their profession or in the community or whatever the case may be, then okay, I definitely get that. But like, come on, man. Some of these people that y'all looking for attention from couldn't give you 2 dimes. Couldn't give you 2 dimes, but you want their approval and you want their attention. Like, nah, man. And I know that it's hard, especially at a young age, to fight against that because you got so much to prove and you got so much built up in you. But if you could learn how to channel that energy into something positive, yo, you'd be a multimillionaire by the time you're 21 years old, and everybody will be thinking, wow, how?
Yes.
Meanwhile, you living your best life.
Living it up. Okay, I'm telling you guys, it will blink. And I know this is counted because we just talked about how you don't need approval. But okay, I remember when I was in college and I was only a freshman and I was doing research at all these institutions. And like every time people would be like, you're only a freshman? I didn't start doing internships till I was a senior and all this stuff. And I remember I used to love that. I'm like, I want to keep like, this is something that I like. I want people to be surprised when I'm at the table, when they hear my age, when they think of like what a young person, I want them to remember, oh yeah, Simone is ahead of the game. So while it's not approval, take those things, like if you only heard it once from someone you really like write that on your thing and let that be your motivation. I like that. I want to get all the things now because I know what it's like for have people mind blown when I tell them how old I am and the things that I'm doing. And they're just like, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Yay, Mom. But you know what? I can relate to that because that's how people look at me, like if they like see my resume. Like, because my resume does me no justice at all. Like, if you see my resume, you be like, huh? Like,
your resume is popping.
Couldn't get a job nowhere. No, I'm for
Do we have to do a resume? you need to come to the career.
No, I'm just saying because most things that I do, especially like now, like in this entrepreneur world, are things that I've never done before. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when how they say build as you fly. I don't know how many times I've said that in like the last 2 weeks, but like that's literally what it is. And it's because of the commitment that I make to myself. Like, look, I don't care if I've never done this before. I need to do it now. So I got to do it and make it work. And a lot of times, people just looking at your resume, they're like, oh, well, you don't have any experience in this and you don't have any education in this. And automatically it strikes against you until I do it.
Hello. Hello.
Until I do it.
Okay. And Joni, that is a word because because sometimes I'm just still thinking about yesterday's session. And like when y'all be like, I can't do this and I've never done this before. I'm like, why not you? Why not you? There are things someone never knew that internet could be possible. And now look, we are all on the internet. So why not you? If your idea you feel like it probably could work, that is good. But also have a dream that will blow your mind. That if anybody heard you, they'd be like, girl, you crazy. And then when you do it, okay, when you do it, it's just like, wow. Because I'm like, ball the resume up. These success sessions, you might not have ever done youth development, but we are doing it. You created a platform where youth can come, get real life skills, have access and opportunities to mentor. And y'all, I want y'all to know that Smith Simone Success Session and probably other mentors, we love y'all so much. You are always welcome to use this. Miss Joni created this so that y'all can have access and opportunity. If you have an idea and you want to bounce some things off with me, we DM me at Love Simone on Instagram. We can talk about a conversation, get your materials together, and you come up and you show up and you show out on these people.
Yes.
So don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. You can do it. If you don't think you can do it, 9 times out of 10, you probably can do it and do it well.
Absolutely. Mrs. Can I add on to something? Can I please add on to something? Yo, let me fix my chair. Yo, because I appreciated what you said so much about people having these ideas and people having these dreams. But yo, here's where most people get it twisted. Your idea and your dream, that in between part where you actually got to put some effort in it, that action piece, that's what separates the winners from the losers, the successful people from the unsuccessful people, the people who end up working for minimum wage for the rest of their life versus the people who end up building their own empire. It's that middle stage. Everybody got a great idea. I can go and talk to the homeless people outside right now. They got great ideas. I can talk to anybody, any young person that's watching this now or whenever you get a chance to watch. I guarantee you got great ideas in your head, but that's it. They grow there and they die there. And the problem is nobody is stepping up to put action into it. So that way those things can actually take form and they can actually take life and be birthed into this world. Man, give me a penny for every idea, every great idea that done went to the grave with somebody. I never had to work a day in my life. That's where most great ideas are, in the grave. And when you have a great idea and when you got a dream, you got to think and ask yourself, am I going to die with this in my head or am I going to gift it out to the world?
That's good, Miss Joni. That is so.
Man, I'm telling you, Miss Simone.
Yeah. And I'm like, y'all, get out of your own head. Think about all the other people that needed it. Think about your younger self and things that make you get frustrated. If I would have had this, if I would have had, be that for somebody too.
Exactly.
Your and your dreams are not just for you. They're supposed to. If we don't do it, who else will do it?
Exactly. I'm like, I ain't special. I just did it. That's all. I did what I said I was going to do. That's it. Nothing else. Talent don't separate us. Potential don't separate us. Knowledge and skill definitely don't separate us. What separates us is action. Yes. You had a great idea. I had a great idea. I acted on mine. That's it.
Ooh, that's good. One more time. You had a good idea.
That's it. That's
To.
it. That's it. Y'all tell people all the time. Action is the oxygen for your success. If you don't take action, you are strangling your success. Your success can't breathe. Your dreams can't breathe.
Do anything.
Man, listen.
Just move because I feel that people are afraid of mistakes and failure. But everybody, man, I need y'all to get this in your core. Everybody makes mistakes. No one.
Yes.
But why would who's gonna be mad at you for making a mistake when you're trying to do something positive and helpful and beneficial, and then you learn and you grow from it, okay? And every
Yes.
time, because this is stuff that we all go through, we deal with feelings of self doubt and all this stuff. I have to tell myself, I'm like, anytime someone wants to say, "But were you doing it? But were you even trying? But could you get up here every day for an hour and say something to me for an hour that's meaningful? If you can't do that, shut your mouth."
Miss Simone, thank you for saying that. Y'all see my board behind me? Y'all see my board behind me? My board says, failure is the only sure route towards success. I love people who are failing because that tells me that you out here doing something. If you ain't out here failing, nah, you ain't my type of people because you either not doing anything or you a little bit too cautious to really see growth. Man, people who are really going places and going big places, we failing all day long.
Yeah, and
All day long. Man, that's how you learn. That's how you learn, and that's how you move ahead. Let's see. Can said somebody posted on their story that successful people don't get successful by mistake, but they work hard. Absolutely.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, and I'm like
Yeah.
fired up and motivated about this because it's so possible. Get a plan, get a mentor, and start stepping on next in a positive direction. Okay, because
That's
when you
it.
light shine and you do all the things you're supposed to do, you empower people and show people, let them know that they can do it too. Don't be worried about me and what I'm doing and whose favorite I am and whose favorite I'm not, because I'm doing me.
Exactly. And if somebody worrying about the HeartSmiles favorite, yo, the people that's doing the work, the
Mhm.
people that's showing up, they my favorite. I'm going to answer the phone for them all the time. I'm going to answer my text messages for them all the time. The people that's actually doing the work, yo. And I was saying this the other day. People that's hitting me up after hours, asking me to do this and do that and look at this and help with this and help with that. Yo, if you're not investing in yourself on some of these hours, don't hit me up after hours because after hours, I got other things to do. We taking what, a whole 5 hours every single day for you to be able to bring your stuff. Like, and these conversations aren't just things that we want to talk about. Bring your business plans, bring your homework. Yeah, bring your ideas, bring the stuff that you want to work on. This is when you have my attention. You ain't gonna have my attention after this because that lets me know what was you doing during the day while everybody else was working. No, I'm not about to be helping no couch potato be a stronger couch potato. Not doing
While our backs are hurting, you just
it. Right?
okay.
Right?
Please. Oh,
Not doing it. Not
God,
doing it. I'm not helping nobody with a bum mentality be a stronger bum. I'm not doing it.
don't.
No, you're going to have to put some effort into it. And I don't expect you to sit up here the entire time from 10 to 3. No, I don't expect you to do that. I'm a beast. I can do that. Everybody can't roll with me like that. But you got an hour, you got at least 45 minutes, you got at least 30 minutes, especially if you're somebody that was in school. You got some time. No, not doing it.
No,
I'm not about to be responsible for no bums in this world.
don't do it.
Not
Don't.
doing it. Not on my watch. HeartSmiles ain't for everybody. Yep, I said it. HeartSmiles ain't for everybody. You already gotta come with a bare minimum, which is you want to do better in life. If you ain't got that, HeartSmiles is not for you. There's plenty of other organizations out here doing some work. Go holler at them. Miss Simone, listen.
I know. And y'all, we from the bottom of my, you know, Hearts and loving, care, kind. But we don't say this just to say it. We say it for your benefit. I've never met so many more selfless people. And until you can change your mindset, if that strikes a chord with you, oh, they're not, no, 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 because this is, you need to be at a table where people aren't begging for you to be at their table. You need an invitation to be at the table.
Exactly.
And the invitation is come with a mindset ready to grow and want to do better. If you can't accept the invitation, you got to rethink some things.
Exactly.
Share
Yeah.
my little
Gotta
screens.
rethink some things. Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to work myself out of a job, the real kind, to
Yeah,
where as though don't nobody need me. Like, no.
absolutely.
Yes, I love this. 3 ways to embrace yourself and stay in your own lane.
Okay.
Yes.
So much. And you can never get enough of this. I'll probably still be talking about this till I'm 80, God willing. You're a forever learner and grower. You need to fill your mind and bring with positivity. Even if you already know it, you have a strong foundation and keep adding stuff to it. You got to keep watering a plant for it to grow, right? So water your brain with positivity no matter how many times you know it. So, the first thing to staying in your own lane is remembering that comparison is the thief of all joy. Stop
Mm,
comparing yourself to others, because when you compare yourself to others, you're neglecting yourself. Okay? When you spend time focusing on others and their lives, that is time you could be spending perfecting your craft, okay? And giving time and energy and talent to your own unique gifts. And we can talk about that if you guys want to. How do I feel like what how do I figure out what my gifts are, because sometimes that can be challenging as a youth, right? There's ease, like people ask you what your hobbies are. If I don't sing, if I don't draw, if I don't write, what can I do? There's so many things. You have a talent, so focus on that. You're unique and embrace it and own it. It says you need to love your gifts and talents more than you love others. And I like this one because it was like you'll be quick to praise Beyonce and your favorite artists. You love how they act, you love how they sing, you praise them. But then when it comes to yourself, you are so mean to yourself. You talk about what you can't do, how you're not this, how you're not that. Why are you over here praising Beyonce? Praise yourself, love yourself, okay? Be real. There's something it says, don't say things to yourself that you wouldn't say to your best friend or someone you love, like really try to speak positive things over your life so that you can nurture your gifts and talents. And even when criticism does come, because we all need a healthy balance of praise and criticism, but you'll be stronger, ready to accept it and move forward, and it'll just better your craft and your gift instead of sending you into a dark, dark hole where you're like, I can't do this, I can't do that. No, praise yourself. And then remembering that owning your gifts means you need to focus on you. So again, it sounds redundant, but like I said, do the things like self improvement, self enhancement, self love, all of those things. And you don't have to use but statements. I'm trying to do a better job with that. I'm trying to use more, and everything doesn't have to like, I'm a leader, but I also still need to work on my public speaking and I still need to do all this. Don't say but, because that just neglects everything you just said before. You need to say, I'm a leader and I still have room to grow in public speaking and socializing, because it's still true. You can be both. You can be good in one area and still want to work and achieve more. And as you do achieving more and growing, this will just continue to grow. But don't defeat yourself at the core. I am this and I need to grow in this. I am beautiful and I might, like use and statements so that you know that where you are and where you want to be. All right.
guilty, Miss Simone. I say but.
Yeah, I just learned this like,
Yeah,
oh, so
yeah, I'm guilty. I don't do it a lot, but I do it. Like, and that's because I be warning people. Like, look, you want me to do this? All right, I can do it. But understand that, this is where I come from. And, this, whatever is necessary for me to say, like, I'll say that. Because, like, I take a chance on me. I don't necessarily expect everybody else to. So it's like, I gotta let you know.
Yeah, and I get that. Like I said, I just learned this too, but it was just so much more freeing because I'm like, words really do matter, and I realized
Right.
let go of that, but because that still is kind of feeding my self doubt. I'm already nervous to do that. I am nervous to do this, and I'm gonna do it anyway because I know I'm a leader. I know I'm gonna grow, and I'm not. I'm being real with you. I'm letting you know I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I'm going to push myself and do other. It just feels better in your spirit, and you're not neglecting all the things that you've worked on and built up to get to where you are now. We was just, Miss Joni, you are awesome. Okay. And you're building as you fly. And you are setting a great foundation for us and providing access and opportunities and still learning and growing. There's no but.
Well,
It's
thank you, Miss Simone. I'm glad somebody recognized. Yo, we had our time though.
all day. I gotta go.
Crazy. I know this is crazy. We are at our time. But look, y'all, Miss Simone is always, I love starting the day off with you. It's so amazing. But y'all, I'm super excited about our next guest. We got Dr. Josh Sharfstein. He's the Vice Dean at the Bloomberg School of Public Health. You're talking about somebody who is on the front lines of this global crisis. And everybody knows that Johns Hopkins is at the center globally, not just for Baltimore, not just for Maryland, not just for the United States, globally. So when you talk about a networking opportunity, a networking opportunity. So make sure y'all ask all the questions. Make sure y'all give him all the comments, all the feedback. I'll definitely do my best to make sure that whoever wants to be connected with him can be connected with him. But this is an opportunity to really, 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 talk with somebody who is in that world of public health and medical. I think by profession, he is a physician, right?
He's a doc. His resume is
Yeah, is off the chain.
someone you want to know.
Yeah, you all heard Mr. Mo say it. Somebody you want to know.
He taught a class that I took at Hopkins. It was the best. Let me get off. So he
All right, so we back right at 11 with Dr. Josh, y'all. All right, I'll see y'all back at 11. Thank you, Miss Simone.
guys, bye.
Okay. Hey y'all, we are back. Dr. Josh should be joining us shortly. Man, I'm really excited for this one because, like I was explaining previously, Dr. Josh is like right on the front lines of this Rona crisis. So, all your questions, he got answers. All your comments, all your statements, blast them, load them up. Um, definitely, somebody that you want to know, somebody that you want to talk to. And I'm just so appreciative with all of the demands on his time that he made time to come and talk to our heartbeats. Because when you talk about a situation being a global crisis, like that's so much bigger than just only dealing with just Baltimore or just Maryland. So it's a big deal to have Dr. Josh with us today. So, yeah, man, I'm excited. If you know anybody too, or if you yourself, if you're interested in like that whole public health or medical as a career option, this is also the conversation to be in because, we find out just like how we learned with Agent Dabney that there's so much more to the real profession that we don't know. And it always helps to be able to talk and connect with somebody who's in that profession, while you are thinking about making that a possible career option for yourself. So I'm super excited for that as well. Yo, phone is blowing up, man. I need to make a PSA like, yo, don't call, text, or do nothing during the success session hours because we on here working. Like, we are on here working. Tell somebody to tell somebody that we are working, man. And if you guys have other people too that you want to see us bring on as guest speakers to talk, let me know. I'm definitely not opposed to having anybody that you guys feel is going to bring value on. Like, that's perfectly fine. And so far, like most of the speakers that we connected with, like this week and some of them for next week, was definitely people that you guys suggested. So keep making those suggestions. There's Dr. Josh, y'all.
Hello, Joni. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Dr. Josh.
Can you see me okay? Let me see if I can make this a little better.
Yeah.
Drop myself down a little. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you so much for making the time to come and talk with our heartbeats. How are you?
Of course, I'm doing good. I'm at home here. I'm trying to practice social distancing, like they say, but otherwise doing okay. How about you?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. If anything, we are working way harder than what we ever was because now
Yes.
we've done the success session, so we're basically on like all day.
You're like
So
running a cable TV network over there.
yes, that's what it feels like, a mini CNN.
That's good. Yeah, no, I've been working quite a lot. I'm in touch with people here in Baltimore as well as around the country on this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we are super excited to have you on. Some young folks are super excited to engage with you. So I told them, keep the questions coming, keep the comments coming.
Okay.
I really wanted to start kind of with just like a formal introduction because they know that, you're with the Bloomberg School of Public Health, but not really too much more than that. Can you give us
Sure.
just like a overview of who Dr. Josh is?
Sure. So I'm a medical doctor. I'm a pediatrician. So I train to take care of kids, give them vaccinations and talk to their parents about growth and development. And, when they get sick, they would come see me. And then, but I've also worked quite a lot in public health. So for a while, I worked for a member of Congress. When I did that, I worked very closely with Congressman Elijah Cummings. That's how I first met him. After that, I became the health commissioner of the city of Baltimore, which is a job, to be responsible for all the different health issues in the city. I did that for Mayor Martin O'Malley and then for Mayor Sheila Dixon. I mainly worked for Mayor Sheila Dixon in the city. And then I was asked by the Obama campaign to be involved in that first campaign when President Obama got elected. And following that, I went to work for him. at the federal government at the Food and Drug Administration. I was the principal deputy commissioner at the Food and Drug Administration, so I work with the commissioner directly. I did that for a couple of years, and then I came back to Maryland and I led the state health department. So that's like being the doctor for the state of Maryland for Governor O'Malley. And then after several years, 4 years doing that, I came over to the School of Public Health, where I do a bunch of different things. I teach students, I get involved in projects, I try to support great organizations like yours, and different kinds of things. I've been very involved in a few issues, including addiction, opportunity youth, the environment, obesity in the food system, and others, including violence. So we are now facing this incredible challenge with the coronavirus. So given that I've worked in public health at the city, state, and federal level, and I'm a doctor, and I have experience with these different issues, I've been trying to put all that to good use to help cities and states come up with good policies, implement them, including working here in the Baltimore region.
Wow, you got a pretty extensive resume, Dr. Josh. You've done a lot. Thank you so much.
Sure. Well, it's been a privilege. These different jobs have been really important to me. I've been living in Baltimore since 2001 in the city. And so I feel like I've both been able to work on different issues here in Baltimore, but also have an impact beyond Baltimore.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. So Rona has us in a chokehold. What do we need to know, like specifically for young people, for teenagers? Because a lot of teenagers, especially some of the ones that I'm talking to, like they're still kind of confused about, why we need to be on lockdown. What does all this quarantine stuff mean? Like break it down for us.
Sure. So let's talk about what this actually is, just a little bit of basics. So the coronavirus is a kind of virus, and a virus is very, very small, can't see it with the eye, that basically gets passed from person to person. And what it does is it goes into your cells and it takes over your cell's ability to manufacture proteins. There's genetic material in the virus, and the genetic material sort of commands your own cells to say, let's make more virus. And before you know it, you're making millions and millions and millions of copies of the virus. And then that virus comes out in droplets, comes out in little droplets that you usually can't see when you breathe, but also comes out when your nose is running or you're coughing or you're sneezing. And one way to think about how it's transmitted is, on a cold day when you see like a little fog in front of your mouth, that's because of the droplets coming out. Usually you don't see that, but when it's really cold, you can see it. That's kind of what happens. It's infectious. It's sort of very close to someone. The infection isn't something that floats all the way down the street and can get someone infected down the street. You've got to be really close to someone, or those little droplets that come out, they fall right away. And if people touch them and then touch their face, they can get infected. So we have this virus. This is how a lot of viruses are transmitted. It's how cold viruses are transmitted. When you get a cold, it's because you probably touched something that somebody else, that their droplets got on it. And so we've got this virus, but this virus has a couple unique characteristics. It's a brand new virus to all of humanity. It did not exist in human beings before like December, November last year. So that means that none of us have any immunity to it. Usually when we see an infection, our body has immunity. And usually there are people around who have immunity. But right now, none of us really, when we started this, had any immunity, which means that the virus shows up and it can get everybody sick. And everybody can pass it on. So for a virus, it's just like happy times. You could just hop from person to person to person to person. Nothing stops you. If you think about influenza, like flu, that's a little different. It's also a virus. It also can make people sick. But a lot of people have some form of immunity. And if you get vaccinated, you have a lot of immunity. So the virus is trying to hop from person to person, but it gets stopped because someone's been vaccinated or someone's had an experience before. But since this is brand new, it just moves through the whole population, get people infected so quickly. That's one issue. Then you combine that with a second problem. And that problem is that it's deadly. And so what it does is starts out in a lot of people in their nose and in their nose and throat. and it stays kind of up here, but then for some people, it goes down into their lungs. And the virus starts to replicate. You get millions and millions and millions and millions of copies of the virus in the lungs, and that makes it very hard to breathe. People get pneumonia, usually on both sides, and they can't breathe. And so they have to go to the hospital. They have to get oxygen. They may need to be put on a ventilator, and hopefully they recover. But about 1% of the people who get that, who are diagnosed, are dying right now because they can't get enough oxygen in. And so it is, in general, very serious. For certain populations, it's incredibly serious. For older adults and people with chronic illness, it's at least 10 times more deadly than the flu. But even younger people can get quite sick. So it's not, some people might feel it, it just stays up here, it's a little cold, you hardly feel it, you don't even know you're sick. Some people might have that experience. But other people, even young people, particularly if they have some illnesses, could wind up with a more severe infection. So we have a situation where we have a new virus that could just pass through the population, and it's quite deadly to a lot of people. And the worrisome thing is, what happens if it passes so quick? This is how those two factors, how fast it moves and how deadly it is, they come together. And when that comes together, you have the risk that so many people are sick that there's no space in the hospital for them. And that's sort of what's happened in parts of the world. It's what happened in Italy. It's happening in Spain. And right now it's kind of starting to happen in New York. So we're very worried about this happening in Baltimore, where because it's moving so fast and it's so deadly, that the hospital gets taken over with patients and they can't see other patients. And maybe there are even too many patients for them to see. That's what we don't want to see happen in Baltimore. So what do you do at this moment? We don't have we don't have any medicines yet. We don't have any vaccines that are proven yet. You can try some things, but nothing's proven. And so what do you do? The most important thing to do very quickly is to shut things down. We want to give that virus very few opportunities to jump from person to person. So that's the reason for why the restaurants are closed, bars are closed, all these businesses are closed. Everybody's being told to stay home. You can get arrested or fined if you're outside, without a good reason. Why is that? It's because right now we have no defense against this virus except restrictions that keep us from passing it on to other people. And so it's crazy. I mean, none of us expected this even a couple months ago, but here we are trying to protect ourselves and our healthcare system. And so that's kind of why we got to this point. I talked for a while there. I hope that was helpful. And then
No, that's very helpful.
yeah, let me know. I mean, we could talk about, well, what happens next or other questions, but go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, keep your questions and comments and stuff coming. About to get to those in 1 second. So, Dr. Josh, I know that you aren't on Instagram, but there are a lot of memes floating around on Instagram saying that this virus was made as like a war tactic. Chinese folks made this as a way to, get back at the USA. And then also there's some memes going around saying that the Lysol people knew about it because they had it on one of their cans saying that this cures coronavirus and that it was already discovered in cows. Can you just talk a little bit
Sure.
about whether or not
Yeah,
you think
so there's,
those are true or
there are
not?
all kinds of things that float around. It's really important to use good information, in these situations. So this did start in China, and there are other viruses like this that have started in China. And it's believed that it came from an animal, probably a bat. So there are these viruses that just don't infect humans, but every so often they try to jump into humans. Most of the time, they can't find any place to hold on to when they get to the human. That they're holding on to some receptor in the bat and they get to the human and there's nothing to hold on to and it just nothing happens. Other times they could make a human sick, but the human can't pass it on to anyone else. So we don't really hear about those. Maybe one person gets sick, either gets better or dies, but it doesn't go anywhere from there. This was a terrible case. And sometimes they get humans sick a little bit and then the humans can pass it on, but the humans don't get that sick. So it's no big deal. This has really been terrible because the human gets sick and then the human can pass it on and it has this lethality. It can be deadly. So they've looked at the genetic code of the virus and this looks like very much that it came from an animal, not that it was made in a lab. So there's really no evidence to support that it was made in a lab, but it definitely did come from China where this all started. There's no evidence of any kind of foul play there. Now, we call it coronavirus, but it's not the only coronavirus out there. It's part of a family. There's a coronavirus family. This is a new member of the family. So nobody, no human has that immunity to it, but there are other members of that family. So let's look at the family portrait of coronavirus, okay? The family portrait of coronavirus has some common cold viruses. They're common colds that we get every year in Baltimore. Nobody really gets all that sick. You just get a runny nose, maybe a little cough, and then you feel better. That's a type of coronavirus. That's like the harmless members of the coronavirus family. There are other members of the coronavirus family that cause very, very lethal disease. It kill almost anybody. One of them is called Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. It's found in the Middle East. That's a different kind of coronavirus, and can be like almost half the people die who get it. So the coronavirus family is like, you know, a family with some pretty pretty bland members and some pretty wicked members. And this coronavirus is, you know, a little bit in between in that regard, but probably the most dangerous. And the reason is, even those wicked members of the coronavirus family, the ones that kill so much, they kill so effectively that the virus doesn't get transmitted. So you don't get big outbreaks. You'll get a few people who die, but it doesn't get transmitted to the whole population. This one is uniquely, you know, insidious. It's uniquely dangerous because it is mild for most people. So it really gets transmitted around, but then deadly for a bunch of people. So it causes this huge problem. So this member of the family is having the worst impact, even though it's not the deadliest, you know, compared to some of the other ones, but the other ones just don't infect as many people.
Wow.
Now, so I don't know if the reason I gave that whole explanation is that there may be products that say this works for coronavirus, but they're really thinking of the common cold coronavirus. They're not thinking about this new coronavirus. There were no products. Nobody knew about this before this came up just a few months ago.
Yeah, that makes total sense. All right, let's get into some of these questions from some of the kids. Are you familiar with, or is there a new virus by rodents?
So one of the questions is that for this virus is how did it get from bats to humans? And some people think maybe in China, rodents carried it in, but right now, rodents are not part of the transmission. It's person to person.
Okay. Why don't they shut down the animal markets in China? They eat wolves and bats. A human can walk around with the coronavirus without knowing that they have it. Is that true?
Okay, so those are two good questions. Let's take them one at a time. So these markets in China definitely pose the risk for new viruses to cross into humans. And this has been known for a while. And it's a challenge for China because it's a cultural kind of thing. People like getting this stuff. So the challenge for China is they've got to come up with an approach that reduces the risk as much as possible. If you just banned it, then people might set up these markets anyway, but they might be more dangerous because they're like, you know, underground and the hygiene isn't good. So how to regulate these, how to approach these is a very difficult challenge for China. And the right answer may be to allow some of them, but with tons and tons of hygiene and supervision, you know, and monitoring, so that you don't have underground ones developing. So that's a really interesting, you know, policy issue. The second question was, what about, can one person give it to another if they don't know that they're sick without any symptoms? And the answer to that is yes. So basically what happens is, let's say I'm sick and I'm, you know, within 6 feet of you, not your picture on the computer, but actually you, and I cough or something and the droplet falls and you touch it and you touch your eye or your nose and then you get infected. It takes about 6 days, somewhere usually between 2 days and 14 days, but an average of 6 days for you to start feeling sick. So that means if you know, I sit next to you at church or something and you get sick, that, you know, you get the infection, then 6 days later from a Sunday, it's not till the following Saturday that you, or Friday, that you start to feel bad. Okay. And then, but you, let's say you feel bad on a Friday. that Thursday, you might have started to be infectious. So somebody who sat next to you on Thursday might get sick, but you don't even know you've gotten sick. So by the time you got sick, you've already exposed people. That's one reason it spread so avidly. It spread so much is because of that spread before you know that you're sick. Now, some people may hardly even notice they're sick or may not feel much at all. So maybe Friday comes and you just sniff a couple times and then you're good to go. But actually you are still breathing out the virus, and you could make other people sick. You could make a parent or a grandparent or a neighbor who actually, when they get sick, it's not this mild thing. They get very, very sick, need a hospital, need a ventilator, and could die. So people who have a mild case could still be a bridge to someone else. And that's another reason why all these restrictions are in place. So what do you do when you have this kind of spread? There are a few things, but one of the things that we need to do is find the people who are sick. So let's say I get sick on Sunday, we sit next to each other on Sunday, and by Monday I'm in the doctor's office, or I'm really feeling bad. Then what we need to do is quickly test me. Josh, you've got coronavirus. Where did you go yesterday? And I go, oh, yesterday I was in church and I sat next to Joni. So now it's still Monday, right? Quick like a bunny, they call you. I have your phone. They call you and they go, hi, Joni, I'm calling from the health department. Somebody that you were in contact with yesterday. Maybe I would text you and say, hey, but maybe I wouldn't, maybe I feel bad. However it is, the health department will call and go like, Joni, somebody you were in contact with yesterday has been diagnosed with coronavirus. You are exposed. We don't know whether you're going to get sick for sure, but you are exposed. That means you have to quarantine yourself. 2 weeks, can't leave your house. Let other people bring you food. Stay completely by yourself for 2 weeks, right? And so what that does is you go home, you go, wow, that was kind of crazy. You get people to bring you food. And starting Tuesday night, you're on your own for 2 weeks. Now, let's say Friday comes. That was the day you were going to get sick. Now you're on your own on Friday. You can't pass it on to anyone else. See what I mean? If we need to have a system that not only finds me as the sick patient, but finds you as the contact, puts you on your own. So even if you were capable on Thursday of giving it to someone else, we've cut the transmission. You can't give it to anyone else. That's really what the public health department needs to be able to do. And to do that well, you need a lot of people, right? There are a lot of people. Someone's got to call you and tell you about it. You've got questions. I don't understand. I don't feel bad. Why do I have to stay home? Well, because we need to cut off that transmission. So I would expect that it'll be important to hire a lot of people in Baltimore, including people who, really know the communities where people are sick, who can really explain to people why they need to stay home. I think that over time, we may need to hire hundreds of people to be able to respond to all these cases and find those people who they were sitting next to in church or eating with for lunch or whatever, and say like, we've got to get you off on your own. I talked to the head of infection control last night in Singapore. Singapore is a country that has done a good job on coronavirus, and they have hundreds of people employed doing just that. Kind of crazy.
Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Wow. It just makes so much sense now, like the way that you explained it. Okay. All right. I get it now. This is why it's so important to catch people before they can give it to somebody else and not even know it. This next question from one of our kids, I think it kind of ties into what you just said, but it's an important point on the end. He says, so if people won't get symptoms until 7 to 14 days, then how can we be safe walking outside if it's in the air? Great.
Okay. So that's a good question. The answer is it's just not in the air if you walk outside. It's very close to people. It's like remember when I said when it's cold out and you see that fog, you have to be that close to people to really get infected. So it's okay to walk outside by yourself, but if you're with someone else, you should stay 6 feet apart. That's why we're saying no basketball, right? No football, where you're up against other people, and it's very, very important to wash your hands, because you could touch something outside that might have a little virus on it. And before you eat, you really want to wash your hands, and wash your hands with soap for 20 seconds. You can sing the happy birthday song. Okay. And they can sing it to you, Joni. They can sing happy birthday to Joni. Okay. and basically, you know, you should be washing your hands when you get up, when you go to sleep, before you eat, before you go to the bathroom, after you go to the bathroom, after you eat. If you go like, I wonder if I should wash my hands, go wash your hands. Like, it's a good idea. Washing your hands, very, very important. Staying away from people, because it's not in the air like it's just everywhere. It's in the air near the person.
Mm,
That's why you need the 6 feet.
gotcha.
And if
How
and if
many-
somebody is sick at home, you know, it's really important to keep your distance from them. So even inside a home, you really want to try to keep distance. And if someone's sick, they definitely should be putting something in front of their mouth. So if they cough, they don't throw all the particles out, that it gets caught as much as possible.
Great point. How many strands are inside of the coronavirus?
It's just one strand. It's an RNA virus. As far as I know, it's one strand. It's a small number of proteins. It's a very little tiny efficient thing. Let me see if I could find a picture, a coronavirus DNA picture. Oh, it's RNA.
Wow, that's interesting. It's only one strand causing that much havoc.
Yeah. And then what it does is it's surrounded by this membrane. Let me see if I can see. Wow. Let's see if I can find a good picture of the RNA. It's hard to show.
Yeah, this is some
Yeah,
good
here we go.
stuff.
This is a good one. I'm
Josh.
going to show you this.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. What happened to me? Okay. So this is what a coronavirus looks like. I'll just show you here. How can I do that? I think I should be able to do this. Yeah, if I can share my screen here for a second.
Okay, yeah, please.
Can you see that?
Yes.
So this is what the virus looks like. Inside, there's a single strand of genetic material, like this. And then that genetic material tells cells to make these different proteins. So there's a membrane protein that creates the membrane. There's a spike protein that sticks out of the membrane. There's an envelope protein, for example. So there are a few different proteins that come out of the envelope. And so what happens is it gets into your cell, the RNA comes in and it commands the cell to start making more of these proteins, and then it starts shooting out these little viral particles. So this is the genetic material that makes the virus on the inside. So at each step of that, in theory, you could make a medicine or to block it.
Wow. Wow, thank you for that. Let's see, y'all got some great questions. Please keep your questions coming. The next question is, if you recover from coronavirus, will you still test positive or have it forever, or does it go away completely?
Great question. It goes away completely, so you do not have it forever. There are two kinds of tests. One test looks whether you're infected with the virus. It looks for the virus right then. So that test is positive when you're sick, and it becomes negative when you're better. Negative meaning there's nothing on the test. So positive when you're sick, negative when you're better. There's another kind of test, completely different kind of test, that doesn't measure the virus. It measures whether you have an antibody. So the antibody is part of your immune response to the virus. So if someone gets sick, in about 5 days, they start making antibodies. And those antibodies can last for months to years. So that test will be negative when you start getting sick, but positive when you recover. That doesn't mean you still have the virus. It means that you've recovered. So for example, if you think about, and we should talk a little bit about what vaccines do, but any like if somebody get chicken pox or what's another infection, flu, what happens is you get sick with the virus, then your body makes an antibody, and then you get better. The antibodies make you better. And then the antibodies stay in your body just in case they see that infection again, and then they can stop it from happening again. That's how the immune system works. Your immune system sees something, it takes a while to get organized. It's like fighting a battle. And then when it fights with the antibodies, it can drive the infection off, and then it stays vigilant against that particular type of virus. So the answer is, it depends which test. The test that's looking for the virus will be positive when you're sick and then become negative. The test that's looking for antibodies will be negative at the beginning and then become positive.
This question is interesting. This says, on the news, they said that when you get the coronavirus, that when you get tested for coronavirus, if you test positive or negative on different days, it depends on how much you are affected that day. Can you clarify or give us more information about that?
So, the test basically requires, if you're going to look for the virus, that they found the virus somewhere. So they could find it in I'm showing what they put something in your nose and they see if they can find the virus. So the test isn't perfect. You might have an infection and it could be negative, but so it depends a little bit. But here's the thing. If any of those tests are positive, you have coronavirus, and it's very important to stay away from everyone else until you're completely better, plus 3 days. So you really got to be completely on your own to reduce the chance that somebody else gets it. That's probably the most important thing. Now I'm going to go back to remember that case where I sat next to you in church and you got sick?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about that. Remember, I sat next to you Sunday. I got diagnosed on Monday, right? You got called because you were a contact, and you went off you were told you had to stay by yourself for 2 weeks. Now, let's say you're an impatient person and you're there and it's Tuesday and you've just gotten called, and so you absolutely have to stay by yourself for 2 weeks to make sure that you don't pass it on unwittingly to someone else. Well, what if you go, I just want to get a test. I want to find out, right? I don't want to wait for 2 weeks. I just want to get a test. There's no test that can help you. So if you go Wednesday, right, and you go get a test and they tell you you're negative, you're like, I'm good to go. I can go back out, right? Someone might think that. But the truth is, since you were exposed on a Sunday, it can take you 2 weeks to get sick.
Wow.
So the test is only really looking for whether or not you're sick enough to be putting that out into the world. It's testing in your nose to see but that virus, that teeny little virus, could just be waiting. It can wait for up to 2 weeks. So you can have a negative test on that Wednesday and still get sick by Friday.
Wow.
Okay, so the bottom line is, for people who have been exposed, they have to wait at home for 2 weeks. It doesn't matter what any test shows. You got to do it. You got to do it, because if you don't want a false sense of security to go out there and get all these other people sick, and some of them could die.
Yeah. And I think this question is a perfect segue to start talking about the vaccines too. This question is, have they found a cure for coronavirus? Because on CNN, it says that some of the vaccines they can give you will cure coronavirus, but kill you. Is that true?
There's no point in curing coronavirus if it's going to kill you. We're looking for, both treatments and vaccines that leave everybody living at the end. That's the goal. So let's talk about the treatments and the vaccines. So one treatment you could do would be to block the virus from replicating, block the virus from growing, block the virus from getting into the cells. So there are, and there's also treatments to block some of the more dangerous elements of the body's response. Sometimes the body fights back so hard that the body attacks itself. So there are different kinds of treatments to make people better by directly addressing the virus, as well as addressing the body's response that could be harmful. None of those treatments are proven yet, but we're doing studies. There are a lot of studies going on to show whether those treatments work. And the way you do those studies is you take people coming in and you basically flip a coin and you say, one person gets the treatment, one person doesn't. And you say like, well, how's that fair? It's like, well, we don't know whether the treatment works. The treatment could actually make things worse. So we don't know. So people consent, they agree to be in the study, and they know that they're not going to know whether they got the treatment or not. But if you give it to enough people and you're flipping a coin to who gets it, then in the end you can say, well, did the group that got the treatment do better? And if the group that got the treatment do better, then that treatment works. And you really have to do those studies to know. If you just say like, well, this guy got it and he seemed to get better, and this guy got it and he seemed to get worse, it's impossible to know very clearly. So there are a lot of studies going on. There have been some studies that have been released that show that certain things, like some HIV drugs, don't really work at a certain point in the disease. So there's a lot more research to be done. Now, what's a vaccine? Remember how I told you how antibodies can fight this off?
Yes.
And that really what happens when someone gets infected, it's a race between whether the antibodies fight it off or whether you die first, And so what the concept behind vaccination is to get people antibodies without giving them the whole infection. So if you remember that when I showed you that picture of the virus, what they do is they take just a piece of the virus, not enough of the virus to cause an infection. And they basically give an injection of that piece of the virus so that the body makes an antibody to that piece. And so your body now has antibodies, even though you didn't get sick. So let's say we take two people, let's just say they're twins, right? One of them gets sick, doesn't feel well, fortunately gets better. She's got antibodies, right? Natural antibodies from getting sick. Her twin, you give a vaccine to, and the vaccine is just part of the virus. So she's never at risk for getting sick, but her body responds to that part of the virus and creates antibodies. They both could be protected from ever getting sick again. So that's the idea behind a vaccine. That's why we have a vaccine against measles. It used to be that everyone got measles, and some people died of measles. But now we give a little piece of measles to people, and sure enough, they don't get sick. They get antibodies. So that's the idea. But we have to make the vaccine. We have to prove that it works, and we have to manufacture it to get it to everybody. And that may, that there's a lot of work to be done there, and it may take at least a year or two even to be able to do that.
Wow. Here's a question about the timeline. Is 14 days truly enough? Are there any cases or scenarios where people should consider quarantining longer than the 14 days?
It's really believed that 14 days is truly enough. And that's based on a number of studies of the virus already. And other countries are generally using 14 days. So I think 14 days is pretty safe right now. That's what the leading people in the field think.
Okay. Is it true that the summer
and I'll just say nearly everyone gets sick by day 12. So they say 14 days just to be safe.
Great point. Is it true that in the summer the virus will die off because of the hot weather? And
we don't know the answer to that question yet. It probably won't die off completely. It might slow down a little, but we don't know yet. We'll see how viruses behave differently in the summer. And then there's a risk, of course, that it could come back when it gets cold again.
Okay. Do you think that the quarantine will last during the summer? And will it be longer due to the virus being spread from rodents?
The virus is not spread from rodents. The virus only goes person to person right now. But the other question is a good one. How long are we stuck like this? Right? Where we're not supposed to go out, where all the restaurants are closed. How long is that going to last? And you may have heard that the president said at least till the end of April. I mean, it's been a long 2 weeks, and we got another 4 weeks, right? But it's almost certainly not the case that at the end of April they're just going to go, okay, go back to your regular life. And that's because the risk then, even if we can control the infections through April, is that just so many people will get infected in May if they just let people, touch each other. So it's probably going to be that our lives aren't back to normal for quite some time, but I don't think necessarily it will always be just like this. I think we'll see some new rules, but we'll be watching to see how many people get sick.
Yeah.
Those rules, I don't know if they're going to start in May. We're going to have to see. What we have to do in public health is we have to build that capacity to respond to cases that I was talking about. Like calling Joni, finding out whether, asking her to stay at home. Do you need anything to stay at home? Do you need food to stay at home? Let's figure out what we can do to get you to stay at home, because we don't want you to pass it to someone else. All that work has to really be well underway for a significant opening of society. Otherwise, there are too many people who could get sick and put the healthcare system at risk.
Do you think that when we're back to some type of like norm, that our cultural norms are going to change? So like we're just going to stop shaking hands. Like even when we're back, we're saying, okay, we're off of quarantine, but we're back. Like, do you think people should stop shaking hands, or will stop giving hugs or doing things like that?
I think there'll be a day when we can shake hands and give hugs again. I really do. I do think that some things will change, though. I think that hopefully we'll have a better appreciation for the preparation we have to do for this kind of thing. We'll be more prepared in different ways. And I think hopefully we'll have more of a public health, ability to respond when people get sick to protect other people. I think this is revealing that we really don't have that strong a system in this way.
Mm-hmm. You guys have some great questions. Please keep your questions coming. Did the US start using the vaccine that China and Italy are using?
So there's no vaccine approved. There's no vaccine that's been proven. There are a few places that are studying vaccines, but we don't know any that work yet. China has started a study. The United States has started a study. I'm not aware of Italy, but maybe it started a study, but there's no vaccine yet. So unfortunately, we have no proven vaccine and no treatments, and that's why everybody's stuck at home, because that's really all we've got.
Wow. Okay. All right, Dr. Josh, I have a scenario. What if an animal, such as a cow or chicken, gets the coronavirus? Will we be exposed to the coronavirus if we eat that animal, and will it affect the protein in our bodies?
Okay, so the good news is really we don't get the coronavirus from animals. We get it from other humans. And if we cook food, it's not really coming from the food. The big issue is other people. So we don't have to worry about that.
Awesome. Okay. And I think that clears up a lot of things for some of the kids watching now, that you can't get it by the foods that you eat. You can only get it person to person, like you said, in that close proximity.
Right. The only example would be if somebody who's really sick sneezed on the food and then you touched it, So you want to be, it's possible to get it through food, but not the way you're thinking, not like the chicken gets it and you eat the chicken. That's not really, at this point, the mode of spread is from person to person.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about why it's so important for young people, particularly, to kind of pay attention to the rules and stuff? Because there is this idea of, I'm young, I'm healthy, I'm kind of immune to this thing, or it's not going to impact me as much as it would an older person.
And I'm very I appreciate why someone might feel that way. The challenge is that you could pass it on to someone else. You're a bridge that could pass this on to someone else. So you and I think you're probably younger than me, but you and I are not we're older than the kids, right?
Yes.
And so both you and I are at higher risk if we get sick. So, if the kids say, well, it doesn't really matter, but then they hang out with you or me and get us sick, then, we could have a serious course of illness. But it's not just us, it's their parents and grandparents, it's people on their block, it's people they're around. So, it is true that young people can get sick. Young people can get very sick. So it's not like, sometimes it just feels like a cold, but sometimes people just feel terrible and have to go to the hospital and everything else. But probably the bigger risk is that young people will pass it on to other people, including people that they really care about a great deal.
And why is that? Is that because they have like this stronger immune system?
Good question. Yeah. So why are people dying of coronavirus? And what it turns out is the virus, I told you, first it starts up in the nose and the throat, and then it moves into the lungs. Then it replicates in the lungs. If a body can develop a good immune response, it will fight off the infection. So people who get sick, a lot of them, may need some help breathing, but then eventually their immune system kicks in and they throw out the virus and people get better. So most people, even people who need breathing machines, get better. But in some cases, the body can't mount a good immune response. The and in general, when the body ages, the type of immune response that can be generated weakens. So you can't get those great antibodies when you're older. And so the body of an older person just begins to, the immune system just goes haywire. It's like people screaming, everybody help, everybody help. And so all the cells of the immune system come. And remember, I was telling you that there's just like this huge overreaction that the immune system can have. And that can actually cause the lungs to fail completely. And so some of the treatments being tried are to slow down that over-the-top immune reaction. And that over-the-top immune reaction is more likely when people are older because their immune system is aged.
Will coronavirus be a long-term sickness for not only this year, but in the future? Will we continue to see coronavirus?
Great question. So if we can get a good vaccine, we won't see it that much. So if we can, as soon as we can get a vaccine, hopefully everyone gets vaccinated, then it will pretty much disappear. So that's the best case. If we can't do that, it's going to take us a while for us to be battling with the coronavirus. Hopefully we'll get some treatments that will help. And eventually most people will get sick with it. When that happens, it'll be mainly a childhood illness. Just kids will get it because everyone else will be immune. So it's basically not quite clear the kind of path that the coronavirus will take through the population. But the best scenario is we get a vaccine. The second best scenario is that, we're able to control the number of infections to keep the number of people dying down. And eventually we get to a point where it becomes a common childhood infection.
Can you talk a little bit about why New York is having such a big problem versus other parts of the country?
Great question. So remember how I said that like this virus transmits to people who are very close to each other. So one thing about New York is that people are very close to each other. The density of New York is people live right next to each other. People bump into each other on the subway. It's just everybody crushed together, sitting like that, right? All those things, you're in that person's space, the droplets spread. So the droplets love places where people live very close together. So that's why New York has been hit so hard.
Wow, great explanation, man. Our time is winding down. Dr. Josh, this has been so helpful. Y'all get your last minute questions in. We only have them for a few more moments. This is amazing.
And I'm happy to come back later as more questions come up. We'll do this again if it helps.
Absolutely, definitely a part 2 is going to have to be in line. What advice would you give to our young audience on how to stay safe during this time, but then also just how to be productive during this time? Because for a lot of them, this is new territory.
It's very new. It can be very scary, and it's uncertain. So it makes it very hard. So number one, do the things to take care of yourself as best you can. So that's all that hand washing. If you feel sick, stay away from other people, put a scarf on or something. And when you're near people, always, cover your cough and your sneeze with your arm. And if you, have a job, talk to them if you're feeling sick, because nobody who's feeling sick should be going to work. So all those things are just extremely important things for yourself. But I want to ask everyone to do 2 other things. One is to really explain how important this is to others. I don't know how many people you have listening to this, but everybody who's listening to this or who sees it on YouTube should really realize that you have an opportunity to save lives. Sometimes the opportunity to save lives is just for like surgeons in the operating room. Now we all have the opportunity to save lives. If you can get one of your friends to back off, doing things that can spread the virus, then you could be saving the life of your friend's grandmother, grandfather. So this is, everybody's got an opportunity to save lives. That's really important. And then the last thing is, there are people who are, look, this is scary for everyone. It's scary for young people. It is really scary for old people. In some age groups, they're worried that, their chance of death is very high. Their chance of death could be 20, 30% if they get sick. So they're very, very worried. And they, may be taking 2 buses to go get food or something.
Yeah.
And so it may be better for a young person if they know people to say, hey, do you want to give me money and I'll go get you food? And then, of course, wash your hands when you come back. I
Mhm.
think we should all be thinking about people in our lives who are older and are very scared or at home. I talk to my parents every day, how they're doing,
Yeah.
but I'm worried about them. So, I think that this is a chance for young people to be real leaders in their communities.
Yeah, that's a great point. This question says, Dr. Josh, so basically, until we get a vaccine for the virus, is it most likely that people will still get infected, especially for Army parents who have to leave and then do travel and come back to their children?
Um, well, let's do the first part. Until there's a vaccine, it's likely that people will still get infected. Now, maybe there'll be treatment, which we can keep people from dying. So that would be good. So we want treatment. But until there's a vaccine, people will still keep getting infected. There are a lot of people who are at high risk, and that can be, worrisome. My wife is a doctor. She's taking care of patients, so she could get sick. A lot of healthcare workers have gotten sick. People who have other kinds of jobs. Everybody who's in a job has a risk. Um, the Army, is a job, so there's some risk there, but I don't think it's particularly a riskier job than others, depending on what it is. And I think if your parents are in the Army, they really need to do all those things like washing hands and staying a little bit apart from people if you can. And then they can really reduce the chance of themselves getting infected.
Wow, that's awesome. So really, with young people, the goal is to stop the spread so that we're saving lives of the most vulnerable population.
That is absolutely right. And I think young people should spread the word, and I think they should help out, in their communities and maybe find jobs within their communities where they can be helping save lives.
Awesome. Uh, well, do you think that we will not have school for a long time due to this virus?
Yeah. I think schools closed for like another month or so in Maryland right now. I think but there is online classes, right? So my son is a city school student. He's up there working right now. So,
Awesome.
all the students should call their teachers and get work. So we don't want to think of school as closed, just the buildings are closed. So I think it's likely that, we may not be going back to school this year. And we'll see what happens in terms of the building. But I think doing work from home, figuring out how to go pick up stuff that your teacher can leave for you at school, everybody's got to take. That's another thing for young people to be doing, because the brain needs to learn. So we want people to still be doing as much as they can while they're at home.
Yes, y'all heard Dr. Josh. The buildings might be closed, but learning is not closed. Learning is still open.
Yeah, and I think the stuff that you're doing is very important, for people to really be aware and to learn from other people in Baltimore.
Thank you so much, Dr. Josh. I really appreciate having you. The young people appreciate having you. This was a fruitful, enlightening, insightful conversation. Thank you so, so, so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure, Jenny, and I'm just deeply appreciative of all the work that you do and all the great leadership that the young people show here in Baltimore.
Thank you so much. Hey, y'all heard
Okay.
it from Dr. Josh, man. Y'all heard it. We got Miss Mo coming up at 12 o'clock. So I'll see y'all back at 12. Thank you so much, Dr. Josh.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Hey y'all, we are back. 12 o'clock, Miss Mo, you already know. Made a little rhyme with that. You ain't even know. Miss Mo, what's
Good
up?
afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Man, good. I'm blessed, man. We just wrapped up a nice, informative conversation with
Yeah, y'all were
Dr.
lit.
Josh. Yo, what?
A
Oh, you watched it?
little bit. I watch a little bit of each session. I just can't like always sit there and watch the whole thing like live. But yeah, no, I saw the comments like jumping. So
Yeah, no. And he gave some good insight. And I like how he just broke it down and just plain English, made it make sense. He even showed us a picture of the coronavirus.
did he?
Did you know it was only one strand?
No, I thought it was like multiple streams, and this
It's
was just like,
one strand, yo, causing
oh,
all this havoc.
that's crazy. That's so
One
crazy.
strand.
I can't even.
Crazy. Yes, it was nice. It was nice. It was a really good conversation.
That's
He
good.
said he'd be willing to do a part two.
I think you have to, especially like with things like rapidly like changing every day, every minute. It seems you kind of have to. So thank you,
Mhm.
Dr. Josh, for doing part one and for being willing to come for part two.
Yeah,
Good.
absolutely. He said that before he got on with us, he was talking to people from Singapore. All right.
Oh, okay. Just drop it, just casual, just in Singapore. That's
Man,
crazy. Well,
yes.
yeah, Hopkins is, you know, involved in every single part of this, it seems. So
Yeah.
not my Hopkins part, other the bigger Hopkins part.
Definitely
But
on the front
yeah.
line. Definitely on the front line. Uh, Cam, I noticed this was from the last session where she said a lot of people I try to influence that are youth don't listen. And you know what, baby? That's all you can do is your part. And I tell myself that and my team that all the time. Like, look, we just the messenger. We supposed to get it out there. Once we got it out there, that's our part. Whether or not people choose to pick it up, that's on them. But you definitely can't take your cue from other people because other people will have you sitting around not doing nothing for the rest of your life. You got to take your cue from yourself. So as long as you putting the word out there and putting the information out there, you done did your part. And with this e-learning, yeah, it's definitely hard, but we got to find a way to adapt some way, somehow. Because
Yeah,
like Dr. Josh said, the buildings are closed, but learning is not closed.
that's true. That's true, man.
Mhm.
Can watch some videos, Karen. Like that's what's helping me out. Like if you getting sick of reading stuff, like either listen to it or like watch videos because that can be like so helpful. Especially if you just like looking at a bunch of words on a page and that's like boring. It can be boring. So just
Yeah.
try new creative ways to learn, man. Try your best. And then she said, hey Cam, how you doing today?
Yeah, man. But no, Dr. Josh gave us all the life. And I'm excited because tomorrow we got Miss Tiffany and that guest
Yes.
spot.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
gonna be hot. That's gonna be real hot.
Yet finding the beauty in your struggle.
It's gonna be real
Yeah, I'm
hot.
interested. I'm interested.
Me
Yeah,
too. Me
yeah.
too. Even if I gotta watch it, after, like I said, I be in and out, but I gotta watch it after sometimes.
Gonna
But if I
be.
don't catch the whole thing, I'm gonna definitely make sure I catch that. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So what we talk about today?
Today we're talking about stress,
Hmm.
and like how to manage stress. Um, so that's really the topic for today. And so while we're having this conversation, people that are watching, if you could think about healthy ways that you manage stress and then unhealthy ways that you manage stress. I'm gonna start off with kind of the unhealthy ways because I just feel like I don't want to dive like explain like too deeply into the unhealthy ways. I kind of want to focus more on the healthy ways. But it definitely, if you have questions about like if this method is healthy or unhealthy, definitely drop those in the comments. Um, if you're watching this video right now, take a minute, subscribe to this YouTube channel, like this video.
Yeah.
You know what it is. You already know what it is. I'm gonna promote it. So yeah. So let's kind of like dive into that, right? So three main questions that you kind of want to ask yourself about a situation. What is stressing me out? Like, what is the thing or who is the person that I'm allowing to stress me out? And the way that I worded it that way because you're only feeling stressed if you allow yourself to feel stressed. So like, what is this thing or who am I allowing to stress me out? Then you go into like, why is it stressing me out? So whatever that reason may be, maybe that person getting on your nerves, maybe that thing is just too much for you to handle in that moment. Like you have to focus on the reason why. And then ask yourself, is it worth the stress? And is it worth me like stressing at all about this thing or about this person or about this idea? And so I think a lot of times asking yourself those three questions can kind of get you out of those stressful situations, because if you identify what and why, and then you get to that last question, you're like, is it worth it? And the answer is no. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Just kind of drop it. If it's something that needs to be handled, handle it. But if it's not like worth that stress, because sometimes you're gonna ask yourself like, is it worth it? And you're gonna say yes. And that's just kind of what we're gonna talk about as far as like managing, like when you do allow yourself to become stressed. But a lot of times asking yourself those three questions will knock a lot of unnecessary work out of your way. So let's kind of talk about unhealthy ways to handle stress. So I literally just have like a list. So I'm gonna read the list that I have, the ways that I've identified them, and you can share some too, of course. And then people in the comments also share some ways that are unhealthy. So number one I have is, hey Mar, number one I have is lashing out on other people. So like you're so stressed to the point where like you're catching the attitude with people or getting mad at people or wanting to fight people, actually fighting people. You know, like, and that's definitely like, at least for my particular list, like that's like the number one. And if it's not number one, it's definitely like a close to way of like unhealthy ways to handle stress. Because it's not those people's fault that you're stressed out. It's not that thing's fault that you're stressed out. And so you shouldn't, you know, be mad or just like, you know, be negative towards the space or towards the people in the space. Number two is excessively eating. So don't eat to the point like, okay, I get it, like some people do it to manage stress, and I know you do it because from that laugh and that smile, and you said it last week.
Guilty.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, a lot of us do it, I feel, especially in kind of these times, like we eat because we're stressed and we eat because we're bored. And like there's nothing else to do. Sometimes like people feel like, especially in these times where we have to like stay in the house. But like it becomes a problem like when you're just like always like eating. You're eating like unhealthy amounts, like you're gaining weight, like unhealthy weight. And like that's your only way of like dealing with it. Like I understand, like, you know, you might want to reward yourself for a little meal every now and then, or just kind of like calm yourself down with a snack or your favorite food or something like that. But like when you're just eating throughout the day, you're stressed eating, you're eating chips, you grabbing the cookies, you grabbing the cakes, you grabbing all of that. Especially if you're putting in those like high salt, high sugar foods into your body, that can definitely be an unhealthy way to handle stress. The next one is kind of like excessively using other substances, like illicit drugs and alcohol. So I definitely recognize that there are medications that are prescribed to people, you know, to kind of, you know, deal with whatever situations they may be dealing with. So that maybe that's depression, maybe that's anxiety, maybe that's bipolar disorder. It's different. It's a list of things that people get prescribed medication for, or just prescribe certain things for. And I'm not like knocking those things, but like when you're turning to, like alcohol and those illicit drugs, those hard drugs, then that's definitely a problem, because you're creating, and at that point, you're experiencing like a disease. So you might create an addiction to those things. And then that's not healthy, because then you're relying on other substances to kind of put you in a sane state of mind, and that's not sustainable. So definitely that, and I've realized that there are certain disorders associated with that. I'm not a professional as far as like kind of talking on those things, but yeah, that's one of the unhealthy ways of dealing with that. Mar said, sometimes working out is a way to get over stress. Absolutely, Mar, and we're gonna get to that when we talk about the healthy ways, because that's one of the things that we're definitely gonna dive into. Another way is like another unhealthy way is withdrawing from your support system. So some people, when they're really super, super stressed out, myself included, they'll self-isolate themselves. Like they don't want to deal with nobody. And that can happen for days or weeks at a time. And I definitely understand like giving yourself a moment, because we talked about that. We talked about like if you need to decompress or if you need a moment to yourself, that's absolutely okay. But when it's like a consistent, like, I just want to be alone, I don't want nobody to bother me, I don't want anybody to mess with me, then that's when it becomes a problem. So like, and like I said, that's like days, weeks at a time that you just find yourself that you want to be alone. Another way is ignoring the fact that you're stressed. So just kind of ignoring those emotions that you're feeling, ignoring that stress feeling, that's unhealthy, because you're not recognizing the problem. And it may lead to other things on this list. So it may lead to you, it all building up and you just yell at somebody else, or, you just find yourself eating or whatever. And then you're just redirecting that stress into something else. You're not dealing with it head on. And then like the last way I kind of have is like sleeping it off. So I understand like some people use sleep as like a coping mechanism, or just kind of a way to deal with things. And like if you take a nap, and kind of wake up, like let's say you're like literally tired and you need like a nap, for like 30 minutes, an hour, or whatever, take a nap. Okay, cool. But it becomes a problem when like every time that you find yourself stressed, you just go to sleep. You go to sleep for hours, like 3-4 hours. Can't nobody get in contact with you. Can't nobody reach you. You're just dead asleep. And that's definitely an issue. Because that's another way of kind of like redirecting it and not dealing with it. So that's kind of like a list of things. There's definitely other things out in this world that are unhealthy ways to deal with stress, but those are kind of the main things that I thought would apply to this conversation. Questions, comments, concerns, queries?
Well, I know from my comments, I know you touched on a lot of important things. And like, I would say just for me personally, I think people got to know where they are in life, and, give yourself grace when it's time to give yourself grace, but also have that mental strength to be able to manage that type of stuff. And using myself as an example, like the reason why, I do eat is because I know that on a regular basis, I eat pretty good. I don't eat a lot of junk. I never had a cavity a day in my life, so it's like when I do eat, it's okay, the foods that I do eat. So if I'm feeling stressed or whatever like that, and I want to stress eat, I can afford to eat that piece of cake. If I was 300 pounds, I wouldn't even look at that cake. But, but that speaks to where I'm at in life. And I think overall, just kind of having control over it. Like I have done exactly what you said, as far as just the go to sleep sometimes. And that's because for years, I had myself on a 2-hour sleep schedule. So yes, if I was overly stressed out, you know what? All right, midnight, bam, I'm just gonna go ahead and go to sleep. I'll see the world back at 5:30. You know, like something like that. But if I didn't have control over my life, and if I really felt as though I didn't have control over the situation, I would not use that as a tactic to run away from it, to not deal with it. I use that more as a tactic of, okay, I recognize this is a point where I got to take care of myself, because I can't expect nobody else to do it. I got to take care of myself. This is what I want to indulge in to take care of myself.
Yeah. So I definitely think like kind of recognizing where you are in life is absolutely important. And kind of like there can be a thin line with like rewarding yourself and then like an unhealthy way of like trying to cope or deal with something, right? So like if you find yourself like constantly rewarding yourself, so like if that's like if sleep, not sleep, let me not pick sleep because you should just be sleeping. Y'all try to sleep as much as possible, please. But like I'll use the eating example again. Like if you're constantly, like if you're indulging in cake and you're constantly rewarding yourself with a piece of cake, like every day you eating 2 to 3 pieces of cake, that's a problem. Like that's an issue, and that's a bigger issue than you trying to reward yourself. Because I'm not saying don't have a reward, have your piece of cake, definitely eat it, but don't eat 2 or 3 every day for 3 weeks. Like that's definitely not a good way of doing it. So yeah, kind of know the difference between that reward and that unhealthy way of stress.
See, my reward gonna be a little different.
Okay, well, what's your reward look like?
My reward is gonna be if it's a Marvel movie or something coming out. I'm gonna go to the movies. I'm gonna watch. Like that's like my reward, because I don't watch TV. And I stopped watching TV when I started my business, because when I started the business, I said, all right, unproductive things, I got to cut them out of my life. And TV was the top thing that was unproductive. Trust me, I used to watch the Game of Thrones with the best of them. Yeah. But I started my business, I just X TV out completely. So now for me, that's a reward, because that's kind of like watching TV. So Marvel movie come out, like Black Panther 2, when that come out, like I'm there. Like I'm there. Marvel movies, that's my reward.
Yeah. And you have to have the rewards. You have to, because that's practicing self-care, that's practicing, just like making yourself happy because you deserve to be happy. I'm not just talking about you, Miss Joni, because you definitely deserve to be happy. But just like when I say you, I'm talking about like everybody in general. I think every person is entitled to, that joy that we talked about yesterday. So yeah. Let me read some of these. Zion said, hey Zion. Yeah, I agree with Mar, because yesterday I worked out and I felt so much better afterwards. Yeah, man. Working out. Y'all know.
I don't feel right if I don't work out.
I feel right if I don't.
And it's not good to work out every single day, but like that's how I start my day. Like, so I don't feel right.
I guess it depends on the intensity, because you can work out every day and be all right. But it depends on like the intensity. Like if you're not allowing your body to recover from like whatever exercise that you're doing, then that's an issue. But like if you like go on a run and then go on a walk the next day, I feel like that's okay. But like not a professional, it's just a personal opinion. But like I'm the opposite, right? Like y'all know, I don't know if y'all don't get it by now, Miss Mo has an issue with physical activity. Well, not physical activity, but with like consistently working out, which doesn't make any sense, because I used to run all the time. Literally every day of my life I used to run.
You was a track star, right?
Not a track star. I did run track, but definitely not a track star.
You ran track in high school?
Yes, I ran track in high school.
She not trying to tell y'all how great she was? Okay.
I ran track in high school, And yeah, it don't make no sense that I like don't do any consistent exercise. But I think it's kind of like when I do work out, I do feel great afterwards. But it's kind of like working up to motivating myself to work out. Cam said I do that sometimes. I just be overwhelmed. Yeah, man. Sometimes you just gotta get out and get moving, or just get out in general. She was laughing at something. And then Mars said, sometimes I wake up and exercise and then I'd be wanting to go to sleep afterwards. I'd be like, I should just sleep for this 30 minutes before success sessions. And then I just keep working. And I just be stressed and absolutely calm down when I watch success sessions. Yeah, Mar, every day you make me smile, man. So I like that. I like that. I definitely like that. He also said, what? I tried to pull an April Fool's prank on Miss Joni earlier today, and it was definitely a fail. I was expecting Miss Joni curse out, but I think Miss Joni was calmly waiting to do it. What prank you talking about?
Oh yeah, if your April Fools was quitting that committee, oh, your cuss out was coming, but I wasn't going to do it on here on live. Oh, trust and believe.
I saw that comment.
It was warming up on the pot on the stove. Oh, your cuss out was warming up, baby. Trust and believe.
I saw that comment and I was like, he did not just say this on success session. Like that could have been. Okay, so that was a joke. That wasn't a joke. Sorry.
Oh, I don't know, but yeah, you would have got it. It was definitely coming.
Ma, that was a joke, right? Yeah, I think it was because he laughing. Ken said, Miss Joni, what did you do? I guess when he tried to prank you.
Oh no, I just calmly responded. When he basically told me that he was going to quit or whatever, I was just like, don't make it a habit of quitting something just because it's hard or just because you feel overwhelmed or, just because you can't make it fit in your schedule, because that right there is like the worst thing that you can do. Like have this habit of, oh my God, I feel overwhelmed. This is too much. And then now I'm quitting. Like that's setting the stage for how you're going to handle difficult situations in life. And if we don't talk about anything, we talk about all the time, like, how do you overcome adversity and challenges? Oh, I answered the wrong question.
Yep.
He's talking about working out.
Yeah. Oops. My man, Cam.
So I do at minimum 2 miles, but more frequently I do 3 miles. I used to run those 3 miles. I just had to stop running maybe I'm probably like a month and a half into not being able to run. So now I gotta walk those 3 miles. And that was a huge disappointment for me because I've been running for years. So it's but my knees, y'all, getting old is a problem. So just really can't do it anymore. So I do my 3 mile walk. And I basically have a lot of gym equipment in my house. A lot of people don't know that, but I do. And that's because even though I do go to the gym, I never wanted my workout to be confined just to the gym. And it actually works out at a time like this because it's like, oh, everybody else is like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I've been had my stuff. So I got my pull-up bar. I got my my little ab roller scratchy thing. I got a few sets of dumbbells. I got the barbell. I got the stretch bands. I got the ball. And I have the push-up assist. So yeah, I got
a gym popping.
Yeah. I got a nice little workout routine, and I try to switch it up because to Ms. Mo's point, you do have to give your body a rest. So the only thing that I do consistently every day is my 3 mile walk, but I try to switch up everything else as far as my workout.
Cool. All right, y'all. Take some workout tips, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Because you talking to me too. You speaking to myself. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna create an initiative, Road to Miss Mo Working Out, because It's just not here. Kim said my sister ran and she doesn't exercise like that anymore. She's a nurse, but she eats right. Yeah, a lot of that like health, stuff coming. Look at me, public health professional health stuff. Comes from like eat your diet and like eating right and watching and being aware of what you put in your body. So a lot of times if you exercise but you're eating junk, like you still gonna feel like a hot mess. So you're probably still gonna look a hot mess too. Let's be honest. So yeah, that's definitely important. And they just in there laughing. And Mar said, yeah, it was a joke. Okay, good. Good, Mar. Because listen, we were just talking about yesterday. Like I was just saying to you yesterday how proud of you I was. And when I saw that comment today, I was like,
take it all
like,
back.
I was scared. No, not even that. I was just scared for his life, low key, because I was like, what's she about to say to him? It's live.
No,
What's she about to say to him?
if it wasn't live, you'd have got the cuss out right then and there. But because it was live, I had to be professional. All that. Oh, but wait till I ended this baby. You was gonna get the cuss out of your life, almost like Amaya almost got it yesterday.
Okay, right. We'll have that conversation later, I guess. I don't know what that means. But that's cool. All right, y'all. So let's hop into like healthy ways to manage stress. You don't have to do all these things. Most of the time, if you just pick one of them, it'll drastically change how you handle your stress. But just offering different ways, So the first thing, and hopefully this kind of like progresses, but the first thing that you can do is breathe. Like you'll be surprised at like how many people like hold their breath in like situations where they feel like they just have no control, where they feel like they're being overwhelmed, or when they're experiencing a negative emotion. So you can use that breathing technique that we talked about where you breathe in for 6 seconds, you hold for 2 seconds, and then you release for 7 seconds. Now, a thing that I'm kind of going to add that I didn't say before is you breathe in through your nose for 6 seconds, you hold for 2 seconds, and then you breathe out through your mouth for those 7 seconds. And like in a place where you feel like you don't have control, you have control over at least that thing, right? You have control over, your breathing patterns in that moment. So when you feel like the world around you is like crumbling, or you just have no handle, you have control at least over that. So yeah. Another thing that we're like actually gonna do like right now, like if you're watching, I want you to do it. Miss Joni, I would like you to do it too. I'm gonna try to talk through it and do it at the same time, but y'all might see me peeking, like opening my eyes and like peeking out, but just ignore that. But we're physically gonna do this. So it's called progressive muscle relaxation. If you don't want to call it, not the face. Progressive muscle relaxation, which is basically just making sure that all of your body parts and muscles are relaxed and like free of tension. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna like do like a practical example of it, right? So literally make a fist right now. Like make a fist, hold it as tight as you can, right? Just hold it as tight as you can. And then like you're squeezing a ball, or like you're squeezing a ball, and then just open your hand up. So open it back up. Now rest it like on a table or like on your leg or something, right? So did you feel the difference between like you holding it tight, you exerting all this energy and putting all this energy into something that you don't need, and then you just relax your hand and you rest in it. So that's what we're gonna do for our whole body right now. Are you skeptical?
Nah, what I gotta do?
All right, here we go. Jody is trying to play me right now. Okay. Here we go. So close your eyes. We're gonna start off right now, right? So while you close your eyes, make sure you're not like scrunching your eyes up. So like, don't close them tight. I didn't say close them tight, just gently like rest your eyelids over your eyeballs. Now feel like your forehead, right? Make sure you're not scrunching up your forehead. Um, so just kind of like relax it. Make sure that there's no wrinkles in your forehead right now. And just kind of make sure that it's not scrunched up. Now move on to your nose and your mouth. I'm talking right now, so I can't really do my mouth. But your mouth, just kind of be aware of your your position of your mouth. So, are you smiling? Are you frowning? Or is your mouth just resting? The goal of this exercise is to not really be doing anything with your mouth, because to smile, you're using your energy, and to frown, you're using your energy. So just relax your mouth, relax your lips, relax your nostrils. Um, Now move down to your neck. Relax your neck. Be aware that it's holding your head up, but that's its only purpose right now. Release the tension from your neck. Allow yourself to be relaxed. Move on down to your shoulders. Are your shoulders lifted up? Are they lifted down? Are you holding tension into your shoulders? If you are, relax and release that tension that's in your shoulders. Move down to your chest. Be aware of your breathing. Is your heart rate fast? Is it slow? Is it normal? Um, Take in one deep breath, however a deep breath is for you, but try not to be so fast. Take in one deep breath. So inhale, hold, exhale. Make sure that you're releasing all of that breath that you inhaled. Now we're going to move to our arms. What position is your arms in? Are you holding tension in your arms? If you are, take your hands, place them on your thighs. Make sure you're not pressing into your thighs, just rest your hands on your thighs. Release the tension from your arms. Let them hang. Literally let them hang. Now move from your arms down to your hands, down to your fingers. Are you stretching out your hands to the point where you're holding tension in them? If so, relax them. Now we're going to go back to our chest. We're going to go down to our stomachs. Are you holding in your stomach right now? And the reason I asked that question is because I was literally holding in my stomach right now. Release that. Release any breath that you may be holding. Literally breathe. Be aware of your breathing. Now move down to your hips. Release any tension from your hips. Move down to your thighs. Release tension from your thighs. Slowly down to your knees, down to your calf and your lower leg area, all the way down to your feet, well, to your ankle, all the way down to your feet. Are you curling up your toes right now? Are you flexing your toes right now? If you are, stop doing all of that. Just relax your toes. Are you pressing into the ground right now with your feet if you're standing? If so, make yourself lighter. Release that tension. Take a moment and just focus on relaxing your entire body. Focus on the exercise that we just did. Do one final exhale, and we're done. So that is something that, and just kind of for the purpose of time, when you do that final exhale, you kind of open your eyes whenever you're ready. And you return back to whatever situation whenever you're ready. And I kind of just said open them, but you do it when you're ready. And that exercise is made just to literally relax every part of your body at a rate that is good for you. And you can coach yourself through it. It's helpful if you have, somebody there to kind of coach you through, but if you don't, you can definitely say it within your head. So you can be honest. Marcia, wait, I'm confused. I'm sorry, my eyes were closed the entire time. I'm so sorry, Mar. The kid was laughing. I know it gets hard to definitely focus, and it gets hard to kind of know what releasing that tension is, because you have to feel that tension. You have to be aware of that tension and what it feels like in order to be able to release it and relax it. And that's hard for me, kind of like in my shoulders. A lot of times I'll go like this and I don't even realize it, instead of just like relaxing my shoulders. So like you can literally see the physical difference. Like my shoulders are up here, and then this is them relaxed. But it's harder to kind of feel like tension in your nose, or like tension in your mouth, or like tension in your knees. But it's kind of all part of like that self-awareness. And it gets better the more and more that you practice it. So yeah, Miss Shoni, how do you feel about that exercise since you were skeptical?
Oh, that was an exercise?
I mean, it was a thing that we didn't
Well, okay. I guess it was, exercises and doing something. I mean, it was cool.
It was cool. That's it. Do you feel any different, or now you just like, eh?
I mean, because that's just like not really my thing,
Got you.
Like,
Got you.
I can see where, some people, would, do that. And they should, if they don't have control over themselves, and if they find themselves not being able to get to like a quiet mental, emotional, physical space. Like if you can't do that, I think that's an excellent tool to be able to do that. Like the closest thing I would do to that is like it's like if I'm meditating or something like that. Like I would do that. But,
yeah, talk about that, because that's actually not a thing that I included on this list on purpose, because I kind of wanted you to talk about it, because you've mentioned that you do practice it. So talk about kind of what that does for you, and like ways that people can do it.
yeah. So for me, like it really gives me a blank space to work in. And when you are somebody who is busy and has a lot going on and all that, it can feel like you in this never ending cycle of having to get things done and having to be somewhere and having to do something. And for me personally, meditation allows me to take myself out of that for a moment and just really just kind of focus on nothing, and just center myself back to a healthy and good, mental, emotional state that's not heightened, that's not on fire, and that's just, basically like in this calm, chill place. Even if I only get that for 10 or 15 minutes, it does so much for the purpose of like re-energizing me and putting me back in the space where I can go now and operate in this crazy, crazy world and be productive.
Okay, so like, what's an example of like something that you like do to kind of get to that blank space, or get to that 10-15 minutes of being clear in your head?
The easiest thing to do is to focus on your breath. Like that's like the easiest thing that you can do. Is like, kind of how where you just had us like close our mind, close our eyes and just like kind of be still. Like you can do that, and it don't matter where you are. Just focus on your breath. That's it. Don't focus on what you got to do next. Don't focus on your phone that's ringing, notifications and all that stuff. Just focus on your breath. And that's it. And that's like the easiest thing. And once you're able to do that easily, then you'll be able to get to that blank space a lot faster. Like like if you just thinking to yourself, like, oh, I gotta meditate, or oh, I gotta just take a few minutes for myself. If you've mastered, how to just focus on your breath, then you'll be a master at, all right, getting right to this blank space whenever I need to.
I like that. I like that. So yeah, man, meditation is definitely a great way. And if that's like, if you're guiding your own meditation, or they have like a million like apps, videos, or whatever with like guided meditation, I'm not a fan of those video guided meditations, but I am a fan of some of the apps. So like the Calm app, and like some of those things. So if like you don't necessarily know how to, if you don't necessarily know how to communicate, I mean, not communicate, if you don't necessarily know how to get yourself meditating, then you can definitely kind of like look up some things to kind of get you to someone to guide you through those things. All right, so let's move off of this exercise that y'all keep laughing at me in the comments about. But let me tell you how. Let me tell you how when you master it, it's really a game changer. It can be a game changer if that's what works for you. So the next thing we're kind of gonna Headspace. Yes, Headspace is a good one too. Hey, Stinker. That's Stinker. Yeah, that's Stinker. Headspace is a good app too for guided meditation. I think they have like some sounds on there too, like relaxing sounds and breathing exercises and things like that. All right, so the next one we kind of talk about is positive self-talk. Tell yourself positive things. So instead of like saying stuff like, oh man, like this thing is really stressing me out, or this thing is so stupid, or like I can't take it, or whatever, literally change your language. So like, what is this teaching me about myself? What is this teaching me about other people? And then you can go back to those three main questions. So like, what is stressing me out? Why is it stressing me out? And is it worth it? And kind of just change your language. Don't call yourself names. Don't call yourself like stupid, dumb, unworthy, like all these negative things that are kind of clouding your mind. Remove them. Either remove them or change them around. Change that language around. Because that's going to be really, really helpful to if you find yourself in a stressful situation. Reprioritize the things that you have to do. Like literally redo your to-do list if you find yourself in a stressful situation. Because sometimes that's the root of the stress. So like, am I just doing way too much? Like, did I put way too much on myself? Am I like physically, mentally, emotionally, like all the leaves exhausted? Like, am I just so tired? And like, am I trying to fit like 20 hours of work into 1 hour? So like that kind of leads into like, am I a procrastinator? Right? So if you're like if you just need to like reprioritize and like your to-do list or whatever, look at that thing and say, okay, can I get this done? But is my time management just really bad? So procrastination, man. The top reasons that people procrastinate, like they're afraid that they're gonna fail. So they don't even try. It can be an indicator that you don't fully care about yourself because you're not giving yourself, enough time to do the thing that you're supposed to be doing, to the point where you wear yourself out trying to get it done. Like I said, like you trying to do 20 hours of work in the 1 hour, you trying to do 20 hours of work in 10 minutes. That's just not going to happen. You might just need like help with time management, or you just don't care. Like you are a procrastinator because you just don't care about whatever the thing is that you have to do. You don't care about how it's affecting you or other people. You just don't care. So I have a huge example in my personal life of like how I procrastinated on something that was actually pretty important, and it kind of worked out in a way, but not really. So I had like this huge assignment, y'all, like this huge assignment when I was in college. And it was basically like my capstone, my senior capstone. So the huge project that you have at the end of your academic career. I had months to do this thing. Like when I say months, probably a good full maybe 8 months, 6 months, something like that. I had multiple months to do it. It ended up being like 50 pages or so. It could have been up to like 80. Some people's were like 80 pages, 100 pages. Like it was a huge assignment. And I had a draft, but most of it wasn't written. I wasn't doing any of my edits. I kept putting it off. Didn't make the, like I said, didn't make the edits. So we get to the day before the assignment is due, right? So again, I still don't know what's going through my head, like, because I didn't do anything that would like create a great working environment for me to do all this work that I had to do. I still had my phone on, notifications were fully on. I was like watching videos and like fooling around because I was rewarding myself for doing like 5 minutes of work, which wasn't practical, especially since I had probably about 20 pages written when I needed 50 in the next 24 hours. I was like, I didn't like isolate myself and like go off to the library or like go off by myself and type. I was still actively talking to people, still actively doing a bunch of stuff. And it didn't hit me until the morning of like, maybe you should do this assignment considering this is like your final. And it was due like 12 o'clock or like 1 o'clock that day. For the purpose of the story, I'm gonna just say it was due 12 o'clock that day. She had already said, my professor had already said, like, if you get there 12 o'clock in 30 seconds, you're getting 10 points off. That's it. Well, basically, you're dropping a whole letter grade, is what she said. Like, you're just gonna drop a whole letter grade. So I'm like, all right. So I was typing the paper still at 12 o'clock. So that was another problem. Had to still print the paper out, about 50 something pages, still had to upload it. And yeah, so I got the assignment back. I ain't do too bad, y'all, but I definitely could have got better. And she literally wrote on top of my paper, she was like, why was this even late? Like you had months to do this, like you had months to get this correct. And she was like, why was this even late? And I couldn't tell it. I didn't have an answer for it. So like I think for me in that moment, I picked a topic for that project. You could pick your own topic. I picked a topic I wasn't really passionate about. So that was problem number one. Problem number two was I was obviously putting it off for, I guess, fear of failure, because I really don't like, at that moment in time, I didn't really like writing. So I wasn't really confident in my writing. And also in some aspects, I probably, just kind of being real here, I probably just didn't care as much as I should have. That doesn't mean I didn't care at all, but I didn't care as much as I should have. So yeah, that's kind of an example of like procrastination and like the progression of how much trouble it can get you in quickly. So yeah. And then I have an example of like time that I like had poor time management, but I don't even have to get into that for real because I don't think we got time for all of that.
Ha! Miss Mo cut you off. Yo, ain't nobody got time for that.
No, I said I don't think we have time for all of that. No, it's 12:48. I'm trying to be respectful.
Yeah. Sorry,
no, for real. No,
I did make a couple notes. No, we want to hear it, but I did make a couple notes though when you finish.
I mean, you can do a couple notes. I'm just gonna read Cam's comments real quick. Well, Cam and Mar. She said in the Calm app, yes, Calm and Headspace are really good apps for meditation. Go ahead and yawn. Look at that face. Old and you're young. And then Mar said 50 pages. Wow, that is the biggest time. Yeah, Mar, I don't know what I was doing. I couldn't even tell
Man,
you.
you put us to sleep with that exercise. Relax, that. Close your eyes.
You don't even like the exercise. Go ahead, girl. Ask these questions.
Yes, no. So the comments that I wrote down. So what you was talking about earlier, in terms of like what you speak, how you talk to yourself, and what you put out in the world. My comment was that life and death truly is in the tongue, and that's why I always tell people, like, you gotta speak what you want into existence. Like, and there's so much power in using those affirmative words, like, I am going to do this. I will do this. Like, things like that, that just affirm what it is. Before I knew what $1 million looked in the bank account, I said, I am going to have $1 million. Like, this was before any of that. So, like, it is so powerful. It is so powerful, the words that you use, and like, it's important that you affirm yourself even when nobody else is. Like, forget what the world is saying, forget what other people are saying. What you say matters. And then the second note that I wrote was, procrastination is the enemy of progress. Like, that's the easiest way to do a whole lot of nothing, is to procrastinate. And not saying that, everything that you got to do, you just got to, you got to jump up and do it right then and there.
Yeah.
No, but you should be making, some type of progress, and you should have yourself on some type of schedule, whatever works for you, in order to be able to get things done. And if you're not able to get something done, really have a legitimate reason or justification as to why. And if it's not, force yourself to do it. There's no way you should be laying down at night going to go to sleep when you ain't got your stuff done. Like, I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand it. When people say they ain't had time to get something done, oh, but you had time to sleep, you had time to eat, because I'm sure you ain't miss a meal or you ain't miss a rest. Like, come on now. No, you got time. Time is the telltale of your priorities. Like, how you spending your time, what you spending your time doing. It ain't that you ain't had time, it's that you didn't make it a priority, and that's only your fault.
What I'm supposed to
Um,
say?
we done here.
What am I supposed to say? Like, now, yeah, man. But still, you still gotta make sure you eating okay.
I mean, you do take care of yourself.
Adequate amount of rest.
Yo, yeah,
Adequate.
I mean, yeah. But yo, if you broke, forget that rest.
Yeah, no, I get it. I know.
Yo, don't be out here complaining about what you don't have and where you want to be and all this other stuff. No. Skipping a meal ain't going to hurt you to get some work done. Skipping a few hours of sleep ain't going to hurt you. I'm not saying make that your habit and that's what you do every single day, but sacrifice something.
No, definitely.
Everybody want these lifestyles, though nobody want the work that it takes to build those type of lifestyles. Yeah. Don't get me started.
No, you started. You might as well finish it out. Here we go.
No, it ain't right. It ain't right. It's not.
No, I definitely agree with like that complaining or that, well, but I'm not where I want to be and da 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 da. You definitely have to look at yourself in those moments, because like, if you having fun all the time, whatever your definition of fun is, or you're not working on what you need to do to advance yourself and advance other people and contribute to a greater thing that's bigger than you, then that becomes a problem. Yeah, definitely.
That is why I keep my fly swatter in the back of my pocket. Y'all might be too young to know what a fly swatter is, but it's something like this.
It don't look like
a rectangle thing on this, and you use it to hit flies. Even yesterday, I had to on a young person because they sitting up there complaining about, how they ain't making no money, they ain't doing nothing, da 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 da, all this and that. And I'm like, okay, what did you do today? Nothing at all. Fly swatter. Like, yo, don't be complaining when you didn't even attempt to make yourself productive. And just because you go to one meeting, that ain't nothing. Anybody can go to the one meeting, like, oh, you went to one meeting and didn't even get paid. Why are you bragging about that? Like, man, well, we got people who are connected and who are really involved. And, yeah, they're not making money on every single thing that they do, but they making money, some good money on the bulk of the things that they do from home. Like, it's literally no excuse. All you got to do is want it and put a little bit of effort towards getting it. That's it.
Okay. I'm gonna read Cam's comments. Thank you, Miss Joni. Mara was giving you some hand claps in the comments, absolutely well deserved. And then Cam said, but if we don't eat, then we can't work properly. Yeah, Cam. So that's what I was kind of trying to say. But Miss Joni not trying to say like, don't stop eating. Like, I don't think she's trying to say, she's not trying to say stop. She's not trying to say stop eating like every day, just don't eat. But she's saying like sometimes you may have to sacrifice, might have to sacrifice certain things. I'm not going to necessarily say food, but you might have to sacrifice certain things in order to get to where you want to be. I do agree with the sacrifice, but some people need some sleep and eat so they can work properly, but it doesn't need to be excessive. Yeah. So going back to that thing, like, make sure you're sleeping at some capacity.
Cut it out. If you ain't earned it, don't do it.
You have to eat.
Like, no.
You're gonna pass out. Like, what? You can't just not eat.
It's like, no, you gotta eat, you gotta sleep. But like, be realistic with yourself. Like, be real with yourself. Don't be sitting up here complaining about, where you not at and what you don't have in life, and you aren't putting in the effort. But definitely people gotta eat and all that. But you know what? Sometimes it might be helpful to skip a meal so you can see how it feels to be hungry.
Sometimes,
that's gonna be the life you're gonna be living if you don't put yourself in a position to take care of yourself. You're gonna have way more hungry days. Like,
no, you're not. It's not a fight. You meant that.
Don't starve yourself. I meant it a little bit. That chicken wing down.
Listen, not put the chicken wing down.
Because, man, you broke, but you got a chicken box and a half and half. Come on, man. I can't.
And y'all gonna have to sacrifice. You're kind of just gonna have to get comfortable with giving up certain things, in order to do what you need to do, in order to do what you have to do. So.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Mo. We are at our time, yo. That's crazy. That's crazy. What jewel are you dropping for us? What you leaving us with? Huh?
Didn't I just say it?
What did you say?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Let me do a different one. You think that I would like be more prepared for these jewels, because sometimes you ask and sometimes you don't. And I should just have one, right? All right. I don't know. Hold on, I got it. Give me a couple seconds.
All right. But while she thinking about her jewelry, academic stuff, y'all know we got Miss Kaitlyn coming up, man. She coming up at 2:00. Miss Kaitlyn's coming up at 2:00. Y'all need help with them packets. You got academic questions, any and all things, bring them to the session. And if you want to jump on this call, let me know so I can give you the code. You can work with her one-on-one. Man, she been getting people on grade level. Like, for real, like breaking stuff down, making stuff make sense. It don't matter what subject you got, she gonna take a crack at it. If you can send it to her in advance, that's most helpful so that she can look at it, but you don't necessarily have to. You can just come here. So if you or anybody you know need academic help, 2:00 right here where you need to be.
All right. I got two because Cam got on me because she said I didn't do one yesterday.
That's right. Hold her accountable. That's right. Ain't drop us nothing. That's right. So 2. Good catch, Cam.
All right. The first one is don't speak negativity into yourself and don't speak negativity into other people. And then the second one is find ways to be grateful every day.
Yeah, yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much, Miss Mo. Wonderful
Okay.
Jules. All right, y'all. We on an hour break. Do whatever it is you gotta do. See y'all back at 2
Eat
o'clock.
something.
Don't eat nothing if you're going ain't in line. If you ain't did what you supposed to do, no, you need to work. Work, 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 work. That's all you need to be doing. Work.
Oh Lord, God bless it. Okay, y'all.
Right, no, eat something if you're hungry. Eat something. Bite an apple or something. Chew a carrot. But get your work done too. Have that carrot in your work right there.
Do it together. Yes, simultaneously. There you go. All right.
Thank you, Miss Mo.
No problem.
I'll see y'all
See
at
ya.
2.
Love
Bye.
y'all. Bye.
Hey y'all, we are back. Final success session for the day. We got Miss Kaitlyn coming on here, and y'all already know she getting down and super dirty with all things academic. So y'all got packets, bring them. You got questions about academic work, bring them. You got comments about academic stuff, bring them. Don't matter what subject it is. Miss Kaitlyn is going to do her best to try to tackle those and get you guys answers. Man, I keep saying that the level of detail that Miss Kaitlyn goes into and just how she like cover the fundamentals, people gonna go back to school on grade level. Like if you wasn't on grade level messing with Miss Kaitlyn, you will be on grade level. You'll be way ahead of the class. Like Miss Kaitlyn is definitely the teacher that you want to have. So get all your work, get all your questions, and if anybody wants to join live, like so that you can, be on here with us talking directly to Miss Kaitlyn, let me know so I can send you the code. All you need is just to make sure that you have the Zoom app downloaded. And that's it. And that's Zoom, ZOOM. I said an extra O, didn't I? ZOOM, the Zoom app. There go Miss Kaitlyn. Hey, Miss Kaitlyn. What's up? How you doing?
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, I can't hear you for some reason. Hold on one second.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
One second. I'm gonna get on and then or off and then back on because I for some reason my audio's all messed up.
Okay, yeah, take your time. We here. All right, y'all. So we just gonna give Miss Kaitlyn a second to get the tech together. Y'all know tech always be hating on us, man. Tech, that's how you know you're doing something great. Cause you always got a hater. So in this scenario, tech is our hater. But it's all good though. We still gonna make it happen regardless. So like I was saying though, Miss Kaitlyn is amazing. Gonna mess around and send all these kids back to school on grade level. I'm all here for it. And hopefully y'all got a chance to see Dr. Josh's session earlier. Very enlightening in terms of this whole corona stuff. I learned a lot of new things from that session. Really, really grateful and thankful to have Dr. Josh share some of his time with us. There she goes.
Okay.
Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
How you doing?
What's up? I'm good. I'm good. I can't complain at all. How you feeling?
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Pretty good.
Nah, I feel you. I know. We had a great session earlier with
Yeah?
Dr.
Tell me about
Josh.
it.
Yeah, with Dr. Josh Sharfstein.
Oh yeah. How was it?
It was amazing. Like the kids asked some really, really great questions.
Really?
Just the way that he explained things. Yeah, like he just really kind of broke stuff down, explained it, and just plain old English. It was really nice.
Oh, that's amazing. What are some of the takeaways from that meeting?
Well, that young people are not immune, and that even though they have a stronger immune system right now, their role is to not be a bridge. That's how we don't be a bridge to where as though you're not affecting other folks who may have a weaker immune system.
Right.
And he talked a lot too about how the coronavirus can't be spread like through food and stuff like that, because that was a question that a young person asked I thought was so interesting, about if an animal has it and you eat that animal, can you get it? And he's like, no, it's only transferable from person to person, which I thought was interesting.
Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad he got to come on and provide some clarity.
Oh yeah, it was good stuff. And the coronavirus is only one strand. A kid asked that question too, like how many strands?
Great question.
And he was, it's like how many strands? And he's like, there's only one strand causing all this havoc. So, and he put up a nice picture of what the coronavirus looks like.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, I'm glad. And do we have a lot of people on and asking questions and stuff?
Oh yeah, the questions were banging. So he said he's probably going to come back and do like a part 2.
Oh, nice. That's so good. That's so
Yeah, it was really nice. Man, but what we doing today?
okay. So after that horrendous fractions thing on Monday, I decided to review fractions, and then I decided to just like take us through some basic rules about fractions. And I wanted to do that because, you know, I feel like fractions are something that are hard and that people struggle with. And so I just wanted to have this video available for people later so that if they had any questions, then they could go back and watch it and maybe they could, you know, refresh on their fractions too, because they can be hard.
I love it. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Cool. And then obviously I see that we have just a few people on. So if anyone has any questions, Joni, can you watch the questions to see if people are asking them? Because
Absolutely.
I sometimes miss them just when I'm writing and stuff.
Yeah, I got you. Absolutely.
Okay.
Fractions it is.
Fractions it is. So here we go. We'll see if we can do it. Okay. Cool. Can you see? Oh, nope, I didn't share yet. Okay. Can you see my blank screen?
Yes.
Okay. Sweet. Okay. So this is fractions 101. Okay. So
Yeah.
it's just giving us the basics about fractions. And one thing that I find is that fractions come up no matter what math class you're in, no matter if you're in high school, no matter if you're in college, like fractions come up all the time. And so it's a really important thing that we need to, you need to just have in your back pocket. So the first thing that I want to do is just get out some basic vocabulary. So a fraction is made up of 2 parts, a top part, and that part is called the numerator. Okay, and it's made up of a bottom part, and that part is called the denominator. Okay, so I'm going to talk about these words a lot. I'm going to just refer to them as the numerator and the denominator, but you know that it's basically just some fancy words for saying the top of the fraction and the bottom of the fraction. Okay, so I'm going to go over the rules for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and then go over a couple of other rules with fractions that are can be a little bit complicated. So we're going to start with addition and subtraction. Okay, and these two are actually pretty similar. The like methods that you use to solve them are pretty similar. So the biggest thing that you have to keep in mind when you're adding or subtracting fractions is that they have to have the same denominator. Okay, so we call this a common denominator. They must have a common denominator. But I'm going to write in parentheses that it's just the same denominator. So they have to have the same bottom part. Okay, so I'm just going to write out what this looks like. And I'm going to write some letters out here. So I'll explain it as I go. So let's say that I have a fraction that's a over b. Okay, now don't get confused that these are letters. Okay, they can represent any number at all. A could be 1 or 2 or 3, and B could be 1 or 2 or 3. It could be any numbers. But this is just to show you how the adding and subtracting goes. So say I have a fraction that's a over b, and I have another fraction that I want to add that's c over b. Okay, the way that I'm going to add them together, because I can see that they both have b in their denominator. So we know because they both have b in their denominator that we can add them together. Okay, so this is going to just equal a plus c over b. Okay, notice that I didn't do a plus c over b plus b. Okay, this is not the right way to do it. Okay, so you don't add the bottom, but you do add the top. Okay, so maybe I should write that down as well. Add the numerators or the top, but do not add the denominator. Okay, I just shortened it to denom. Okay, that stands for denominator. Okay, so now I'm going to show you a real example with real numbers. Okay, just in case these letters aren't making sense. Okay, so I'm writing EG, and EG, if you don't know that, this is just another way to write for example. Okay, so I'm going to be writing that a lot because it just takes too much time to write for example. Okay, and I'm lazy. So I'm going to write EG. All right, so in our example, I want to add the fractions 1/2 or 1/2 plus 3/2 or 3/2. Okay, so 1/2 plus 3/2. Okay, so luckily we know that the two fractions have a common denominator, and 2 is the common denominator. Okay, and because they have a common denominator, we can go ahead and add the numerators up top. So it's going to turn into 1 plus 3/2. Okay, and remember that we're not adding the denominators. So this is not 1 plus 3/2 plus 2. It's just 1 plus 3/2. Okay, and we can simplify that to be 4/2. Okay, so this is a good answer. 4/2 is the answer to this question, right? But 4/2 can actually be simplified a little bit more, right? Because if we think about this, a fraction is just representing two numbers that are being divided, right? So it's 4 divided by 2, right? So this is 4 divided by 2. And we know that 4 divided by 2 is just 2, right? So we can actually simplify this equation to equal 2. Okay, so there we have it. We have one example for adding. Okay, and now I'm going to show you I'm going to write out how we subtract. Okay, so I'm going to move this up a bit. Okay, subtracting is very, very similar to adding fractions. Okay, so I'm going to use these letters again, and I'm going to do A over B. This time I'm going to do minus C over B. Okay, and remember that these letters can represent anything, any numbers. Okay, I'm just showing you because this is like the general formula. Okay, so because there's both two B's on the bottom, they have a common denominator, then all we have to do is subtract the numerators and keep the denominator the same. So what this is going to turn into is A minus C over B. Okay. Again, I'm going to write this down here just so that it sticks in our brain. For this one, we're going to subtract the numerators, and I'm just shortening it to num because I'm lazy. Okay. And we're saying do not subtract the denominators. Okay, so this is not B minus B. That is not the way that we do this. Okay, we just keep the B on the bottom. Okay, so let's do one more example, and this time we'll do subtracting. So I'm going to do, for example, my EG, and this time I'm going to do 3/2 or 3/2 minus 1/2 or 1/2. Okay. And so because we see that this has a common denominator in both, we're going to keep that denominator the same. And this is going to turn into 3 minus 1/2. Okay, and from here, easy peasy, right? Because 3 minus 1 we know equals 2. And we keep the 2 the same, so 2/2. Okay. And remember that this is just the same thing. 2/2 is the same thing as 2 divided by 2. Okay, and 2 divided by 2 we know equals 1. Okay, so the answer to this is 1. Okay, so there's a really, really important thing that I want us to have stick in our brains, and I'm going to write it in red, because this is a really, 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 really important rule that you're going to use all the time. It doesn't matter if you're doing fractions, it doesn't matter if you're doing algebra, sometimes if you're doing trigonometry, any math, you have to know this really, really important rule. Okay, and this rule, I'm gonna write it, really important rule. This rule is that any fraction with the same numerator as the denominator is going to equal 1. Okay, so I'm going to write it right here. Any fraction with the same numerator and denominator equals 1. Okay, so here are our examples. For example, just like what we saw above, 2 over 2, this equals 1. Okay, 5 over 5, this equals 1. Okay, 100,000 over 100,000, whoops, yep, this equals 1. Okay, it doesn't matter what numbers they are, as long as they're the same on the top and the bottom, it equals 1. Okay, and this comes really in handy later on when I show you how if these numbers are not the same, if the denominators are not the same, then we are going to have to use this rule down here in order to make them the same. Okay, so that's just a little sneak preview. We're not actually getting there yet, but this is a rule that we really, really need to keep in mind. Okay, all right, on to the next. So the next one that we're going to go over is how to multiply and divide. So multiplication and division. Okay, so multiplication and division is different than when you add and subtract. And the biggest difference here is that you do not, I repeat, you do not need a common denominator. Okay, so I'm going to write that nice and big. You do not need a common denominator in order to multiply or divide. Denominator. Okay, so let's start with multiplication. Okay, if I want to multiply two fractions, it's actually even easier than adding them. So let's say that I have a fraction of a over b, and I'm multiplying it by a fraction of c over d. Okay, and we'll use real numbers later, but just remember this is the general formula. Okay, so all we have to do here is we just have to multiply across. And we're going to multiply across both the numerator and the denominator. Okay, so what I mean by that is if I have a over b times c over d, then I'm going to multiply the two numbers in the numerator, so a times c, and then I'm going to put that over the two denominators that I'm going to multiply together, so b times d. Okay. So let's get a real example with real numbers here. Okay, so I'm saying, for example, I'm going to do 1 over 2 times 3 over 4. Okay, so I'm going to multiply. Keep in mind that these two, let's check them. 2 and 4, those are not the same, right? We don't need a common denominator here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply the numerators. So I'm going to go, whoops, 1 times 3. And then I'm going to multiply the denominators, and that's 2 times 4. Okay, so those are easy numbers that we can multiply. So 1 times 3 is 3, and 2 times 4 is 8. And so the answer to this problem, 1 over 2 times 3 over 4 is 3/8. Okay. Okay, gets a tiny bit more complicated when we divide. but it uses a lot of the same techniques or methods. Okay, so I'm gonna say when we divide, what we're gonna do is we're going to flip the second fraction and then we're gonna do the same exact thing as we did before and multiply across. Okay, and this is just a little trick that will help us easily divide fractions. Okay, so again, I'm gonna use my letters. So if I have A over B divided by C over D. Okay, the first step, the first thing that I'm gonna do is flip the second fraction. So I'm gonna show you what that means. I'm gonna put this yellow, I'm gonna highlight yellow on top and green on the bottom. Okay, so C is in yellow and D is in green. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip it. Okay, so when my new equation, what this equals is A over B, and now we switch it from a divided sign to a multiply sign, right? That's the second step, multiplied by D over C. Okay, so we can see that now the D, which was green, which was on the bottom here, is now on the top. Okay, and we can see that the C, which was on the top, is now on the bottom. Okay, we just flipped them around. Okay, and we also did something with this. We changed it from a divided sign to a multiply sign. Okay, so we flipped the second fraction and now we're going to multiply across. Okay, so what this is going to end up equaling is A times D over B times C. Okay, and that's going to be the answer to your division problem. Joni, are there questions that are popping up?
Yeah, so not about the
Mhm.
fractions, but Maya said when we finish, can you help her with molar mass?
Yeah, I can. I want to finish this really quick and then I can help her with that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, she waiting, she good.
Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna give us one example of how to divide. Okay, so I'm gonna do 1/2 divided by 3/4. Okay, so what we need to do first is flip our second fraction, and our second fraction is this one right here. Okay, so I have 3 on the top, 4 on the bottom. I also have a division sign right here. So I'm going to go 1/2, and then I'm going to change it to a multiply sign. So multiplied by 4 over 3. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight all the things that I changed. So I changed that division sign to a multiplication sign. And then my 4, which was on the bottom, is now on the top. And my 3, which was on the top, is now on the bottom. Okay, and then easy peasy, I can just multiply across. So I have 1 times 4 divided by 2 times 3. Okay, and that is 1 times 4 is 4, and 2 times 3 is 6. Okay, so the answer to this problem is 4 over 6. And I'm just gonna leave it like that for now, but we're gonna talk about maybe how to simplify or reduce this number in a little bit. Okay, so just to recap what we've done so far on this first page, we looked at how to add and subtract fractions. We reviewed this really, really important rule that any fraction with the same number in the numerator and the denominator equals 1. So 2 over 2 equals 1, right? And then what we did is we went down and we went over the rules for multiplication and division. Okay, so we said that for this one, for multiplication and division, you do not need a common denominator and you just multiply across. But when you divide, you have to flip the second fraction and then you can multiply across just like we did above. Okay, so I want to come back to something that is a real issue. And a lot of us actually come across this when I've been answering questions about algebra, how to solve algebraic equations and polynomials. This has come up a lot. So the question is, what happens if they don't have the same denominator? Okay, what happens, or what do you do if the fractions do not have the same denominator? Okay, so the answer is that we use that very, very, very important rule, and we find a common denominator by multiplying by 1. Okay, and I'll show you what this looks like. So I'm going to say find common denominator by multiplying by 1. And remember that 1 doesn't necessarily mean just the number 1. It can be a lot of different things. It can be 2 over 2, 3 over 3, any of those things. Okay, so let me show you an example. So e.g., for example, we've got 1 over 2 plus 2 over 3. Okay, seems simple enough, right? They're small numbers, but they don't have the same denominator, right? So we have to figure out how to get them the same. And the way that we're going to do that is by multiplying them by 1. Okay. When you multiply them by 1, what you're going to do is you're actually going to multiply them by the other denominator. So I'll show you what that looks like. That sounds a little confusing. So for this one, I'm going to take 1/2 and I'm going to multiply it by 3 over 3. Now, where did I get that 3 from? I got that 3 from here. Okay, so I'm taking the 1/2 that I had and I'm multiplying it by 3 over 3, but we know that 3 over 3 is just 1. Okay, why is this important? Why do I keep saying that over and over? It's because if you do 1/2 times 1, you just get 1/2, right? So if you multiply anything by 1, the number stays the same, right? It doesn't change it at all. But what it's going to look a little bit different. So if I do 1/2 times 3 over 3, I'm just going to multiply across, remember 1 times 3 and 2 times 3. And I'm going to end up with 3 over 6. Okay, 3 over 6 looks like a very different number than 1/2, but it's actually not, because all we did was multiplied it by 1. Okay, so 3 over 6 is still the same thing as 1/2. Okay, I'm going to do that with the other one now. Okay, I've got 2 over 3, and I'm going to multiply it by 1. But this time, I'm going to multiply it by 2 over 2. Okay, and where did I get this 2 from? Well, I got it from up here, right? So 2 over 2. It's the denominator from the other fraction. Okay, and remember that 2 over 3 times 1 is just 2 over 3, right? So we're really not changing it. We're just changing it to look a little bit different. So I'm going to multiply across 2 times 2 over 3 times 2. Okay, 2 times 2 is 4, and 3 times 2 is 6. Okay, so now what I have, and I'll highlight this in pink, is now I have 2 fractions that have a common denominator. They have a common denominator of 6. Okay, so I can finish off this problem. I can rewrite the problem like this: 3 over 6 plus 4 over 6. Okay, and now I just use my addition rules. So remember that my addition rules are that I add the 2 numerators, but the denominators stay the same. I don't add them. Okay, so this is going to be 3 plus 4 over 6. which turns into 3 plus 4 is 7. So it gives me 7/6. Okay, so it gets a little tiny bit more complicated when you have to find a common denominator, right? Because you have to do these extra steps that I showed you right here. Okay, but really, it's not that hard as long as you remember that you are always multiplying by 1. So 3/3 is 1 and 2/2 is 1. Okay. The last thing that I want to talk about is simplifying or reducing fractions. Okay. And this is something also, I'm trying to teach you the skills that you are going to need over and over and over again, right? And so this simplifying or reducing fractions is something that you're always going to need. So I'm going to take us through how to do that real quick. And then Maya, I'm all you to talk about molar mass. So this process of simplifying fractions is also called reducing fractions. Okay, so these two terms, simplifying and reducing, those are the same thing. Some people say one thing, some people say another. It doesn't really matter what you say. They mean the same. Okay, so I'm gonna just illustrate something that I like. I'm gonna put a little smiley face. I like things that are small and easy. Okay, easy to deal with. So I like things that are like 1/2. Oh, so good. 1/2. Love 1/2. Okay, 2/3. Right, little numbers. I love 2/3. 3/4. Love it. Okay, so I love things that are smaller. Those are easy to work with. It's easy to multiply, right? Things that I don't like to work with are things that are big and weird looking, like 24/48, right? I'm not trying to multiply 24 or 48 by anything. That's hard, right? I'm trying to do the easy thing. Okay, 12/18, like nobody wants to multiply by 18 or divide, right? 33/44. So these are all bigger numbers, right? And these bigger numbers, we don't like working with them. Okay, so the way to change the numbers or the fractions from bigger to smaller, this is the process of simplifying or reducing. Okay, so how do we do this? That's a great question. The way that we do this is by finding what's called the greatest common factor, okay? And the greatest common factor is something that you're going to need to do or use when you factor polynomials or factor trinomials. Okay, so this factoring thing, the greatest common factor, this is going to come up over and over. It's not only having to do with fractions. Okay, so to reduce, you find the greatest common factor. Okay. And I'm just going to write a small definition for this just so that we have it. It might not make that much sense until I explain it. But the greatest common factor is the largest number that divides evenly into all numbers with no remainder. Okay, so I'm just going to put that there. We don't have to pay much attention to it because I'm going to explain how we do this, but I want us to have that definition there that we can come back to if we need it. Okay, so I'm going to give us an example of how to find the greatest common factor. So e.g., for example, we have this big ugly fraction 24/48. Right? I don't like these numbers. I want them to be smaller. So what we're going to do is we're going to find all the factors of 24 and all the factors of 48. And remember that a factor is two numbers, right, that multiply to equal whatever number we want to know. So for example, if we want to find the factors of 24, we want two numbers that multiply together to make 24. Okay, so the most obvious one in my brain is 24 times 1. So 24 and 1 are factors of 24. Okay, the second ones are 12 and 2. Okay, because 12 times 2 is 24. We also have 8 times 3, because 8 times 3 is 24, And we also have 6 times 4, because 6 times 4 equals 24. Are there any other ones? We can't divide 24 by 5, right? 24 divided by 5 gives us something like 4 point something, 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 right? So there would be a remainder, but what we want is no remainder. Okay, so we know that there's no factor, 5 is not a factor of 24. Okay, so I think we got them all. So now what we have to do is find all the factors of 48. Okay, 48 is kind of a big number, right? But we go through the same process. It's 48 and 1, right? Because 48 times 1 is 48. Then we have 24 times 2, because 24 times 2 is 48, right? And you can kind of see how I'm doing this. I'm really going down the line of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and trying to figure out 1 times what number equals 48. 2 times what number equals 48. Okay, so that's how I'm trying to figure out these factors. Okay, 24 times 2, what do we got? 16 times 3, and we got 12 and 4, and not 5, because 48 can't be divided by 5. And we've got 6 times 8, so 8 times 6. Okay, so these are all the factors of 48. So remember that now what we're trying to do is we are trying to find the greatest common factor. Okay, so the greatest means the biggest, and the common factor is the one that is similar between them. Okay, so 6. Let's see. 6 is a factor of 24, but I don't actually see 6 as a factor. Oh, wait. Yep, here it is. 6 is a factor of 48. Okay, so we know that this is one option. Well, let's keep going and see if there's a bigger one. 8 is a factor, and yep, 8 is a factor. Let's see. 12 is a factor of 24, and 12 is a factor of 48. And then we get to our largest one, 24. And 24 is a factor of 24. And 24 is also a factor of 48. Okay, so out of all of these that are in common between them, which one are we going to choose? Well, we are going to choose the biggest one, the greatest one. So we're going to choose the 24. Okay, so this 24 is the greatest common factor between 24 and 48. Okay, and the reason why this is important is because we're going to use that, and we're going to divide both the numerator and the denominator by the greatest common factor. Divide numerator and denominator by the greatest common factor. And I just wrote GCF. GCF stands for greatest common factor. Okay, so what I'm going to do is say 24 divided by 48, or 24 over 48, and then I'm going to divide it by 24 over 24, because this is the greatest common factor. Okay, remember that we're dividing by 24 over 24, but really we're just dividing by 1, right? Because 24 over 24 is 1. So really we're not changing this fraction at all. We're just making it look different. Okay, so when I divide by 24 over 24, we're following our rules. What we would do first is, let's not make it complicated. Let's just say this. 24 divided by 24 we know is 1. And 48 divided by 24 is 2. Okay, so really this number right here, 24 over 48, can be reduced to 1/2. Okay, and we reduced it by finding the greatest common factor, which was 24. Okay, cool. That is all I have for us. I mean, I can do more, I have some practice problems, but I want to get to Maya because I know she's been waiting so patiently.
Man, this is helpful, very, very helpful.
Good, good. I hope so. I hope that people can look back at it and watch it and get some knowledge from it.
Oh, for sure. If you don't get it after this, I don't know what to say. You broke that thing down. That's nice.
Cool.
Maya, we got you, baby girl. She got you. Molar mass.
Is she gonna call in?
Maya, what you want to do, baby girl? You want to call in? You got an example? Let me know. I'll send you the code.
I wonder if she sent me one. She might not be watching anymore.
I don't know. I'm about to hit it up now. I was finding the code. No, right now. Yeah, but what is molar mass? Is that science? That's still or
Yeah.
that math? Oh,
Chemistry.
Chemistry. Ugh.
I know, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Chemistry is not my jam. My best friend, one of my best friends, is a chemistry teacher, and she loves chemistry, and she pretty much had to teach me everything that I know about chemistry because it's really hard.
Wow. Well, good thing you had somebody to walk you through it and show you. She says she here. Let me try to see if she want to get one. Oh, see, you speaking a different language, Maya. Some MG little two. Oh yeah, no, I don't know.
Oh, okay. This is the one that she wanted to go over the other day. Okay, I'm trying to find a good periodic table because that's what we need in order to solve these problems, but I'm getting only blurry ones for some reason. Let's see. Might be able to use this one. She feeling shy today. Okay. That's okay. All right, let's see. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to get this. Copy image.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, we can hear you. I thought you was shy.
I am. I'm not putting my face on it.
It's okay.
Okay. All right, Maya. So, let me see. Am I writing this right? If I go MgCl2, is that right?
You want to see mine?
Sure.
All right. Hold up. I got it. How do I flip this camera?
Okay. Okay, I see your periodic table. Is that what you're showing me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can you show me what, can you just show me what problem you want to talk about?
Hmm.
Can you just show me what problem you want to talk about? Or look at the
It should
computer
be
and tell me.
inside the thing. You just wrote it down.
Okay, this is the right one? Okay, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure. Okay. So so basically, let me just make sure that I'm telling you the right thing. You know what? I think I wrote a thing about this already.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
One second. I just realized I might have. Aha! Look at me. Okay, can you see this?
Wow.
Okay, so I looked this up earlier because I frankly didn't know what it was. Okay, so the molar mass is, okay, so the first thing you have to know about molar mass is that what a mole is, and a mole is just the number of particles in a thing, okay? So for those of you tuning in, we're doing chemistry right now, okay? So our vocabulary is very different than when we were doing fractions and algebra, okay? So a mole is the number of particles in a substance or in a thing, okay? And so the molar mass is the mass of 1 mole of any chemical compound. Okay, so a chemical compound is something like MgCl2. Okay, this is an example of a chemical compound. So when they're asking us to figure out what the molar mass is, they're asking us basically what is the mass of 1 mole of this MgCl2. Okay, so.
I have a few examples written down.
Mm-hmm.
So, the first one that I was trying to do was CO2.
Okay.
I just took it apart. So I did 1 sulfur atom, 2 oxygen atom, and then we have to look up
Wait,
the
CO2 or
mass?
SO2?
SO2.
Oh,
Sulfur ion.
yeah. Okay.
So then I think that we had to look at the mass of each atom. So sulfur is 3207 and oxygen is 16.00, but it's 2 oxygen, so we have to times that by 2.
Yep.
And then once I got to the adding and multiplication, I just lost myself.
Okay. So you've got the right steps so far. So in order to figure out a molar mass, what you have to do is break it down into its different elements. Okay. So and then so what you did was right. So you had 1 S and you had 2 O's. And so you write down S1, O2. Okay. And then you're going to multiply it by the mass. So what did you say the mass of sulfur was?
32.07.
Okay. 32.07. And then what's the mass of oxygen? Is it 16.00?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this is where you're getting lost?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I have 32 times 1, what does that equal?
32.07.
Yeah. So this is just 32.07. Okay. And then 16 times 2. What is 16 times 2?
26. 20.
A little higher.
32.
32. Yeah. So
Sorry,
really
my
what you
bad.
have here is all of the S's. So the sulfur in this equation is going to have the mass of 32.07, and the oxygen has a mass of 32.00. So all we have to do now is add them together.
So 64.07.
Yep, 64.07.
And then how would I write that in a sentence? Like,
I would say the molar mass of SO2 is 64.07.
Okay. So for
I don't,
so
what is the,
MG,
it's grams per mole is the unit.
yeah.
You knew that. You should have told me.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're getting stuck on MgCl2.
Yeah, because I don't hold on. Because when I look at the mass for CO2, it's 35.5. So would I add them together first and then add it with the MG?
Yeah, so you do just, this is almost the exact same as what we did above, right? So we have 1 mg and we have 2 CLs, right? So we know we're going to multiply 1 times something, 2 times something. Mg is 24.31
Mhm.
and CL is, what did you say it was? 35.45?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do the easy one. What is 1 times 24.31?
24.31.
Yep. Okay. And then you might have to use a calculator because I will definitely have to. What is 2 times 35.45?
3 times 35 point what? 45?
45.
70.9.
70.9. Okay.
Yeah.
So 70.90. And then we're just going to add them together.
31 plus 17. Did you get 95.21?
Yep. 95.21. So if I wanted to write that in a sentence, I would write the molar mass of MgCl2 is 95.21 grams per mole.
And so now that I got that, how do you do the ones with the I don't know how to say.
The
I always forget.
parentheses.
Yes, that parentheses.
Great
I
question.
always think of mouse.
Can you give me an example?
I sure can.
I'm going to shrink this down.
MG parentheses OH parenthesis 2.
Okay. Yeah. So earlier you were talking about, oh, do I add them together and then multiply them? Yes, that is exactly what you do here. So basically what you have is you have an Mg and you have one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have OH and you have 2 of them. Okay. What you're going to have to do is add up the O and the H and then multiply it by 2. Okay, so really what you have here is 2 times OH. Okay.
Okay,
So you're going to have to get the O, the H, add them together.
that's 17.01.
Okay. Because it's 16.0, so 17.01.
Mhm.
And what is 17.01 times 2?
No guess is as good as mine.
17 times 2, let's see, that is 34.02. Can you fact check me on that?
Okay. 17.01 times what again?
2.
34.2.02.
02? Okay, great. And then what was magnesium again? 24.31?
Magnesium. 24.31, yeah.
Perfect. So now we have 24.31 and 34.02, and we need to add those two together. you get it?
About to.
Cool.
Oh, okay, hit me. I understand. I got my numbers mixed up. Yeah, I got the thing.
You got 58.33?
Yes.
Great. And then I just wrote it in a sentence as the molar mass of MgOH2 is 58.33 grams per mole.
No, why is it grams per mole? Like, why gram?
Good question. I think it is, it's because when you're talking about molar mass, right, these numbers like the 24.31 and the 34.02, those are in grams. Like when you look at it on the periodic table, all of these little numbers, those are telling you the mass in grams, right? So really the molar mass of MgOH2 is 58.33 grams, but remember it's the molar mass, so it's per mole of it, right? So this is saying 58.33 grams per 1 mole. That's what it's saying.
Oh, okay. So F is fluorine, right?
F is fluorine, yeah.
Okay. So when you get to the bigger, what's it called? Coefficient on the bottom, what's it called?
I don't know.
Because I always say little number.
Oh, okay, yeah, like the subscript number, yeah, the little
Yeah,
number.
that's what's called subscripts. So when you get to the bigger subscripts, so you multiply the big subscript times whatever the mass is, like you did in the little ones.
I
Okay.
think it's hard for me to know without having an example. Can you just read the formula for me?
Yeah, say S6H12O06.
Okay, no parentheses?
No.
Okay, so the way that I do it, Maya, the way that I recommend doing it is always writing out the letters like in a column like this. So you have S, H, and O, and then putting like a little colon. So for S's, how many S's do you have?
You mean C?
Wait, did you say C?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I wrote S.
That's okay.
C6H12O6. That's nice. Sugar. It's glucose. Okay, so C's. How many C's do you have?
6.
6. Yeah. How many H's do you have?
That's what's throwing me off.
You what?
I said that 12 was pretty big. That's what's like, ooh.
Oh yeah. I mean, probably gonna have
myself.
to use a calculator for these guys. And then you have six O's, right? So
Yeah.
I would recommend always writing out a column like this because this will help you keep track of it. Because you're really just writing the same thing in every column. Here you're writing the letters. Here you're writing how many. And here you're writing the mass that you find from the periodic table.
Okay. Oops.
So do you want to do this one together?
We can.
Cool. Carbon is 12.
Yeah.
Okay. What is hydrogen?
Hydrogen is 1.01.
And what is oxygen?
Oxygen is 16.00.
Cool. Okay. Are you going to use your phone as a calculator or do you have a calculator?
Yeah, I can use my phone.
Cool. I'm going to use mine too.
6, 12.01. That's 72.
72 point what?
You just said 72.
Oh, it's
But that's
72.0.
0.
72.06.
Hmm?
Right? Because isn't carbon 12.01?
Yeah.
So you can't forget about that 0.01. When you do 0.01 times 6, you'll get 0.06.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay.
I must have combined it all together without putting a little dot.
You what?
I think I combined it all together without putting a dot.
Oh, okay. What do you got for 12 times 1.01?
120.12.
You put the dot in the wrong place, I think.
Put an extra 0.
Mhm.
12.12.
Yeah, 12.12. Good.
It's still too early for me. Okay.
And then the last one, 16 times 6.
You getting 96.
Yep, 96.
Okay. Because if
Alright.
I was about to be wrong again, I'll be upset.
Oh no, you got it. All right, and then we're just gonna add them all together. Whoops.
72.06. 180.18.
Oh, phew, I got it right. Okay, good. I was worried for a second. All right, you feeling pretty confident about these?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And the molar.
Oh, nice. I forgot to write my sentence.
Why did my O's look like a B?
Molar mass of C6H12O6 is, oops, I wrote equals. Oh well, is 18.18 grams per mole.
Same thing.
Yeah.
You understand.
All right. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop sharing. We're back.
I feel like I'm good. I feel like I can do the last 2 by myself.
Good. Cool. Good.
Awesome. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn. Man, we took you past your time. You work overtime today.
Oh no, we're good. It was fun.
Work
All right.
overtime. Very informative. So we'll see you back on what, Friday?
Yeah, sounds good.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
See you, Miss Kaitlyn.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
Thank
you.
All right, y'all. So, man, we had another great day of success sessions. Miss Kaitlyn killed it as always. The fractions and the chemistry. I'm just over here like, okay, all right, man. We sending kids back to school on grade level. Y'all keep messing with Miss Kaitlyn. But so tomorrow, y'all, we got Miss Tiffany as our special guest, and she's the founder of Finding the Beauty in Your Struggle. So tomorrow is going to be another banger, and then we close out the week on Friday with Mr. Wesley Hawkins, the No Leader Project. Excited about that as well. And man, we're just doing it. So tomorrow we starting at 10 a.m. Success sessions. Tell a friend to tell a friend. This is where you need to be every day during the week in order to keep yourself productive. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow.